Welcome, dear listener, to a journey through shadows and light, through choices made and paths taken. Tonight we'll explore the complete story of Tom Riddle, the boy who would become Lord Voldemort. As you settle into your comfortable space, let these words carry you gently through a tale of magic, ambition, and the consequences of seeking to conquer death itself. Close your eyes and let your breathing slow as we travel back through the mists of time to an era when the wizarding world stood on the precipice of great change. This is not merely a tale of darkness, but a story of how the brightest lights can cast the deepest shadows, how the fear of death can lead to a life without truly living. So relax, let go of the day's worries, and allow this story to guide you into peaceful slumber. In the rolling hills of the English countryside, where morning mist clings to ancient stones and secrets lie buried beneath centuries of earth, there once stood a manor house that embodied both grandeur and decay. This was the ancestral home of the Gaunts, the last direct descendants of Salazar Slytherin himself. To understand Tom Riddle, we must first understand the blood that flowed through his veins, carrying with it both extraordinary magical gifts and the poison of centuries of pride and prejudice. The House of Gaunt traced its lineage back over 1,000 years to the very founding of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Salazar Slytherin, one of the 4 founders of Hogwarts, had been a wizard of immense power and controversial beliefs. He possessed the rare gift of Parseltongue, the ability to speak to serpents, and passed this ability down through his bloodline like a signature written in magical DNA. But along with this gift came darker inheritances, an obsession with blood purity, a tendency towards secrecy and suspicion, and a pride that bordered on madness. As the centuries passed, the Slytherin line continued through various branches, but none clung to their ancestors' legacy quite like the Gaunts. They saw themselves as magical royalty, the true heirs of one of the greatest wizards who ever lived. This pride became their defining characteristic, shaping every choice they made across generations. The Gaunt family's obsession with maintaining their pure bloodline led them down a treacherous path. In their determination to preserve their magical heritage, they repeatedly married within their own family, cousins to cousins, sometimes even closer relations. They believed this would keep their blood pure, their magic strong, and their connection to Salazar Slytherin undiluted. But nature has its own laws, even in the magical world. The centuries of inbreeding took their toll. Each generation showed more signs of instability, not just mental but magical as well. Wild mood swings, violent tempers, and an inability to control their magical outbursts became common. The very thing they sought to preserve, their magical superiority, was being corrupted by their methods of preservation. The family's wealth, accumulated over centuries, began to dwindle. The Gaunts had always been lavish spenders, believing their ancient name entitled them to luxury. They scorned work as beneath them. After all, they were descendants of Salazar Slytherin. Why should they lower themselves to common labor? But gold, even goblin-made gold, is finite. Poor financial decisions, gambling debts, and sheer extravagance ate away at their fortune. By the late 19th century, the once mighty House of Gaunt had fallen far from its former glory. The manor houses were sold one by one to pay debts. The vast estates were parceled off. Precious heirlooms disappeared into the hands of collectors and creditors. All that remained of their former wealth were a few treasured artifacts, most notably a heavy gold ring set with a black stone engraved with a strange symbol, and a golden locket bearing Slytherin's mark. The village of Little Hangleton, nestled in a valley between 2 steep hills, became the unlikely setting for the Gaunt family's final chapter. It was a quiet place where nothing much happened and everyone knew everyone else's business. The arrival of the Gaunts in their reduced circumstances caused quite a stir among the local population. Marvolo Gaunt, the patriarch of the family in the early 20th century, embodied all the worst traits of his lineage. He was a man consumed by bitterness over his family's fall from grace, clinging desperately to the tatters of their former glory. His violent temper and unstable magic made him feared by wizards and muggles alike. He lived with his 2 children in a shack that was a mockery of the mansions his ancestors had inhabited. A few rooms barely held together by magic, hidden from muggle eyes by decrepit enchantments. The shack itself seemed to reflect the family's decay. Walls that had once been straight now leaned at odd angles. The roof, patched with magic rather than proper materials, leaked in dozens of places. The garden, if it could be called that, was an overgrown tangle of magical and mundane plants fighting for supremacy. Snakes slithered freely through the undergrowth, drawn perhaps by some lingering echo of Slytherin's influence. Marvolo's son, Morfin, had inherited the worst aspects of the family's decline. Years of inbreeding had left him with a face that seemed somehow wrong, features that didn't quite align properly, eyes that held a disturbing emptiness. His magical education was sporadic at best. Marvolo had taught him what he could, but it was a haphazard collection of family spells, dark curses, and the parcel tongue that marked their heritage. Morfin's grasp on reality was tenuous. He would spend hours hissing conversations with the snakes that infested their property, preferring their company to that of humans. His hygiene was appalling, his clothes more patches than original fabric. He had developed a habit of cursing passing muggles for sport, using magic to inflict small torments that confused and frightened them. This behavior would eventually draw the attention of the Ministry of Magic, but for years he operated just below their notice. But it was Marvolo's daughter, Merope, who would play the most crucial role in our story. Where her father and brother were violent and unstable, Merope was beaten down and timid. Years of abuse had left her a shadow of what she might have been. Her magical abilities, suppressed by fear and lack of confidence, barely manifested at all. Her father considered her nearly a squib, a source of deep shame for someone so obsessed with magical superiority. Merope's appearance reflected her downtrodden life. Her hair hung lank and dull, her clothes were threadbare and ill-fitting, and her eyes, which might have been beautiful, were perpetually downcast. She moved through life trying to be invisible, to avoid drawing her father's wrath or her brother's cruel attention. The villagers, when they noticed her at all, felt a mixture of pity and disgust. The Gaunt family's presence in Little Hangleton created an atmosphere of unease. Strange sounds came from their shack at night, hissing voices that seemed barely human, crashes and bangs that suggested violent arguments. The local children were warned to stay away from the path that led past their home. Adults hurried by, making signs against evil that mixed Christian and older, more pagan protections. Into this environment of decay and hostility, a new element was about to be introduced. Up on the hill overlooking the village stood another house, as different from the Gaunt shack as it was possible to be. This was Riddle House, home to the wealthiest family in the area. The Riddles were everything the Gaunts were not: prosperous, respectable, and entirely muggle. The contrast between the two families could not have been more stark. While the Gaunts lived in squalor, clinging to faded magical glory, the Riddles enjoyed all the comforts that money could provide in the early 20th century. Their house was well maintained, their grounds manicured, their position in local society secure. They were the kind of family that others looked up to, that set the social tone for the entire village. It was perhaps inevitable that these two worlds, one magical and declining, one muggle and ascending, would collide. The stage was set for a tragedy that would ripple through generations, creating consequences that neither family could have imagined. For in the intersection of the gaunt legacy of dark magic and the Riddle family's mundane prosperity, something new and terrible would be born. The ancestral roots of Lord Voldemort were thus planted in soil poisoned by pride, nurtured by obsession, and watered with the bitter dregs of fallen greatness. The Gaunt family had pursued blood purity at the cost of their sanity, their wealth, and ultimately their humanity. They had become living embodiments of the danger of extremism, of what happens when ideology becomes more important than life itself. This was the inheritance that would pass to Tom Riddle, not gold or lands or even a name he could be proud of, but a legacy of darkness, a genetic predisposition toward instability, and above all, the burden of being the last heir of Salazar Slytherin. It was a poisoned chalice that he would drink deeply from, never realizing until too late that in trying to overcome death, he would lose everything that made life worth living. And if the laws weren't there, and if the laws weren't the laws worth living, as we drift deeper into our story, remember that every dark wizard begins as a child. Every monster was once innocent. The path from humanity to horror is paved with choices, each one seeming reasonable at the time, each one leading inexorably toward a destiny that, once reached, cannot be undone. Close your eyes and let the story continue to unfold, as gentle as evening falling over Little Hangleton, as inevitable as the tide of fate that was about to sweep over the Gaunt family and change the wizarding world forever. In the summer of 1925, the air in Little Hangleton hung heavy with the scent of blooming flowers and the promise of change. Merope Gaunt, now 18 years old, lived her life in a pattern of drudgery and fear that had remained unchanged for as long as she could remember. Each morning she woke to the sound of her father's harsh voice or her brother's cruel laughter, and each night she fell asleep to the hissing of snakes in the walls. But something was about to shift in Merope's small world, something that would set in motion events beyond anyone's imagination. It began, as many significant moments do, with something quite ordinary. A glimpse through a dirty window of a young man riding past on a beautiful horse. Tom Riddle Sr. was everything Merope was not. Where she was downtrodden and plain, he was confident and handsome. Where she lived in squalor, he inhabited a world of privilege and ease. He rode past the Gaunt's shack regularly, sometimes alone, sometimes with friends, always looking like he had stepped out of a storybook. To Merope, peering through the grime-covered windows of her prison-like home, he seemed like a prince from another world. At first, her interest was merely a distraction from the misery of her daily life. She would time her chores to coincide with his usual riding times, positioning herself where she could catch a glimpse of him without being seen. It was a harmless fantasy, she told herself, a brief escape from the harsh reality of her existence. But fantasies have a way of growing, especially in hearts that have known little kindness. Merope's magical abilities, so long suppressed by fear and abuse, began to stir in response to her emotions. Small things at first. A dead flower blooming when she touched it while thinking of Tom. Water in a bucket staying clean longer than it should. The snakes avoiding her when usually they showed no such consideration. She didn't understand what was happening, had no framework for recognizing her own power awakening. Her father and brother, had they been paying attention, might have noticed the change, but Mavolo was too consumed with his own bitterness. spending his days polishing the 2 remaining family heirlooms and ranting about their noble heritage to anyone who would listen, which was usually just Morphin and the snakes. Morphin, for his part, was occupied with his own pursuits, which mainly involved terrorizing local muggles and conversing with serpents in the hissing language of their ancestors. Hawkman, a project of the mass-concealed TPS assignment, which involved contacting assigned serpents with hissing language of their ancestors. As spring turned to summer, Merope's infatuation deepened into something more dangerous: obsession. She began to learn Tom Riddle's routines, not just his riding schedule, but when he went to the village, whom he met with, what made him laugh. She would creep as close as she dared, hidden by magic that came more naturally now, and watch him living his charmed life. Tom Riddle Sr. was engaged to Cecilia, a young woman of his own social class, pretty, accomplished, and entirely suitable. They made a handsome couple, often seen together at local social events, their future seemingly mapped out in the comfortable patterns of country gentry life. Merope watched them together once at a village fair and felt something inside her twist with an emotion she couldn't name. It wasn't quite jealousy, that would require believing she had some claim on Tom. It was more like despair mixed with a dangerous determination. The idea came to her slowly, creeping into her mind like mist over the moors. What if things could be different? What if just once in her miserable life she could have something beautiful? Her father had taught her about love potions in one of his rambling lectures about their family's magical superiority. He had spoken with contempt about witches who used such methods, calling them weak. But Merope had filed the information away nonetheless. The first attempt was clumsy. Merope had never brewed a complex potion before, had barely any training in the precise art. She gathered ingredients from the overgrown garden and the surrounding woods, following half-remembered instructions and instinct. The result was a murky liquid that smelled of roses and something bitter underneath. She didn't dare test it, simply poured it out and tried again. With each attempt, her skill grew. Magic, so long dormant within her, responded to her desperate need. She found old books hidden in the shack's walls, probably stored there by some long-dead ancestor. The pages were water-stained and partially eaten by mice, but enough remained readable. She studied by candlelight when her father and brother slept, learning not just about love potions, but about magic itself. The irony was that as Merope grew in power and confidence, she became almost pretty. Her eyes, when lit with purpose, showed depths previously hidden. Her movements gained grace as she practiced wand movements in secret. Had she been able to see herself clearly, she might have realized that she didn't need magical compulsion to attract someone's attention. But years of abuse had built walls in her mind that no amount of magical growth could easily breach. The day she finally acted was hot and still, the kind of summer afternoon when the air itself seemed to shimmer with heat. Tom Riddle had ridden out alone, taking a path that would bring him close to the gaunt property. Merope waited at a spot where she knew he would stop to let his horse drink from a small stream. She had a bottle with her, containing not water, but a potion that sparkled with an opalescent sheen. Her hands shook as she approached him. This was the closest she had ever been to him while visible, and for a moment, her courage almost failed. He looked up as she drew near, and she saw his expression shift from polite interest to poorly concealed disgust as he took in her shabby appearance. That look, dismissive and cold, finalized her decision. If he wouldn't see her as she was, then she would make him see her as she wished to be seen. "A hot day for riding, sir," she managed to say, her voice barely above a whisper. "Would you care for some water, fresh from the spring?" The conversation that followed was brief and awkward. Tom Riddle clearly wanted to refuse, to distance himself from this strange, unkempt girl who had appeared as if from nowhere. But manners had been drilled into him from birth, and it would be rude to refuse such a simple offer. He accepted the bottle, took a long drink, and handed it back with a perfunctory word of thanks. The change wasn't immediate. Amortensia, for that was what Merope had finally succeeded in brewing, was subtle in its initial effects. Tom rode away, seemingly unchanged, and Merope retreated to the shack with her heart pounding. She had done it. She had actually done it. Now, all that remained was to wait and see if her desperate gamble would pay off. Over the following days, Tom Riddle Sr. began to behave strangely. He found excuses to ride past the gaunt shack more frequently. He lingered in places where he might catch a glimpse of Merope. His friends and family noticed his distraction, his sudden disinterest in his fiancée, his mysterious absences. When asked, he could give no satisfactory explanation. He only knew that he needed to see the gaunt girl again, needed it with an intensity that surprised and somewhat frightened him. Their second meeting was as orchestrated as the first. Merope, gaining confidence from her success, had prepared carefully. She had cleaned herself as best she could, mended her least ragged dress, even attempted to tame her hair. When Tom saw her, the potion's influence transformed these modest improvements into radiant beauty. To his enchanted eyes, she was the most captivating woman he had ever seen. What followed was a whirlwind romance that scandalized the entire village. Tom Riddle, heir to the finest family in the area, was suddenly and inexplicably besotted with Merope Gaunt, the strange, half-wild daughter of the local madman. He broke off his engagement to Cecilia without explanation, deaf to her tears and his parents' outrage. He spent every possible moment with Merope, gazing at her with adoration that seemed almost painful in its intensity. Marvolo and Morfin's reaction to this development was characteristically violent. Marvolo was torn between fury that his daughter was consorting with a muggle and glee that she had ensnared one of the wealthy Riddles. He saw opportunity in the situation, perhaps access to the Riddle fortune, a chance to restore the Gaunt family to its rightful place. Morfin was simply disgusted, hexing Tom whenever he came near, which led to increasingly serious interventions from the Ministry of Magic. The situation came to a head when Ministry officials arrived to arrest both Marvolo and Morfin for their attacks on Tom and other muggles. The confrontation was violent and chaotic. Marvolo, in his arrogance, resisted arrest, ranting about his pure blood and noble heritage, even as the auras subdued him. Morfin had to be stunned multiple times before he could be taken into custody. Both were sentenced to Azkaban, Marvolo for 6 months, Morfin for 3 years. With her father and brother gone, Merope was free for the first time in her life. The shack, always a prison, became a refuge. She could practice magic openly, could meet with Tom without fear of violence, could imagine a different future for herself. The love potion required regular doses to maintain its effect, but she had become expert at brewing it, and Tom never questioned the special tea she made for him each day. They were married in a small ceremony that Tom's family refused to attend. The village gossips had a field day. Theories ranged from blackmail to witchcraft, though none guessed how close to the truth the latter was. The newlyweds left Little Hangleton shortly after, Tom using his inheritance to set them up in a comfortable house in London, far from the wagging tongues and disapproving looks. For a brief time, Merope lived a fairy tale. She had a handsome husband who doted on her, a lovely home, fine clothes, and freedom from the abuse that had defined her life. She could almost forget that it was all built on a lie, that the love in Tom's eyes was as artificial as fool's gold. Almost, but not quite. In quiet moments, When she watched him sleeping or saw him interact with others, she was reminded that the man she had married didn't really know her at all. The decision to stop giving him the potion came gradually. Perhaps it was guilt, or perhaps it was hope. Merope had convinced herself that after months of marriage, Tom must have developed genuine feelings for her. Surely, she thought, he would understand when she revealed the truth. He would see how desperate she had been, how much she loved him. He would forgive the deception and choose to stay with her. She was wrong. The morning Tom Riddle woke free from the potion's influence was the morning Merope's world shattered. She watched the confusion in his eyes turn to horror as he truly saw her for the first time in months. The shabby girl from the shack, the daughter of the village madmen, his wife. The revelation of her pregnancy, which she had hoped would soften his heart, only added to his revulsion. She was carrying the child of a woman he didn't know, didn't love, and didn't want to know. His departure was swift and brutal. No amount of tears or pleading could move him. He looked at her with such disgust, such betrayal, that something inside Merope broke. The man she had risked everything for saw her as a monster, and perhaps she thought in her despair he was right. She had stolen his free will, trapped him in a marriage built on lies. The fact that she had done it for love seemed a poor excuse in the cold light of his rejection. Alone, pregnant, and more broken than she had ever been under her father's roof, Merope faced a choice. She could have used magic to survive, to build a new life for herself and her child. She had proven that she had power, skill, and determination, but Tom's rejection had shattered more than just her heart. It had broken her will to live, her belief that she deserved anything good in life. She sold the last precious remnants of her heritage, Slytherin's locket, for a pittance to Caractacus Burke, who recognized its value and took shameless advantage of her desperation. The gold ring she kept, perhaps thinking her child might want some connection to their history. Then, with winter closing in and her pregnancy advancing, she made her way through London's cold streets, just another desperate woman in a city full of them. On New Year's Eve, 1926, in the last hours of the dying year, Merope Gaunt stumbled up the steps of Wool's orphanage. The matron who answered the door saw a woman at the very end of her strength, heavily pregnant and burning with fever. They brought her inside, did what they could to make her comfortable, but it was clear that she had given up the fight. Tom Marvolo Riddle was born as the bells chimed midnight, ushering in 1927. His mother, with her last breath, named him for his father and her own father, a curse disguised as a gift, binding him to both the Muggle world she had failed to conquer and the magical heritage that had destroyed her. She looked at her son once, this child born of obsession and deception, and then closed her eyes forever. The midwife would later tell the matron that she had never seen a woman die with such complete surrender, as if she had been holding on just long enough to bring the child into the world. They searched for information about her, but Merope had been careful to leave no trail. All they had was the name she had given her son, and the strange, heavy ring she had clutched until the end, which they placed with the baby's meager belongings. And so Tom Riddle Jr. entered the world as his mother left it, alone, unwanted, and carrying a legacy he wouldn't understand for years to come. The tragedy of Merope's tale was complete, but it was only the beginning of a larger, darker story. For in trying to create love where none existed, she had created something else entirely. A child conceived without love, born into abandonment, who would grow up to become the most feared dark wizard of all time. The gentle rain that fell over London that New Year's morning washed the streets clean, but it could not wash away the consequences of choices made in desperation and pain. In Wool's orphanage, a baby cried, not the healthy cry of a normal infant, but a sound that made the matron shiver and cross herself. Already, Tom Riddle Jr. was different, marked by his heredity and the loveless circumstances of his conception. As we continue our journey through this story, remember that every action has consequences that ripple outward like stones thrown in still water. Merope's tale is one of tragedy, yes, but also of how pain can perpetuate itself through generations, how the absence of love can create a void that seeks to fill itself with power instead. Rest now and let the story carry you forward into the early years of the child who would become Lord Voldemort. Goodbye. The walls of Wool's orphanage had seen many children pass through them, but none quite like Tom Riddle Jr. From the moment of his arrival on that cold New Year's morning in 1927, there was something unsettling about the boy that made even the most experienced staff members uncomfortable. Mrs. Cole, the matron of Wool's orphanage, would later recall that Tom had been a quiet baby, unnaturally so. Where other infants cried for attention, food, or comfort, Tom rarely made a sound. He would lie in his crib, dark eyes open and staring, seeming to observe everything around him with an intensity inappropriate for one so young. When he did cry, it was a sound that sent shivers down the spines of those who heard it. Not the wail of a normal baby, but something colder, more calculated. The orphanage itself was a grim place, typical of such institutions in 1920s London. The building was old, its red brick facade stained with decades of coal smoke and city grime. Inside, long corridors echoed with the footsteps of overworked staff and the voices of too many children crowded into too small a space. The walls were painted institutional green, a colour that seemed designed to drain hope from all who looked upon it. Windows were placed high to prevent escapes, letting in light but no view of the outside world. Tom's early years unfolded in this cheerless environment. He was assigned to the infant ward initially, a large room filled with iron cots where babies lay in rows like products in a factory. The staff, overwhelmed by numbers and limited by resources, could provide only the most basic care. Children were fed on schedule, changed when necessary, and otherwise left to their own devices. It was survival of the fittest in its most primitive form, and Tom, despite his small size and quiet demeanor, proved remarkably fit. By the age of 2, when most children were just beginning to form words, Tom was speaking in complete sentences. His vocabulary startled the staff, who were used to the delayed development common among institutionalized children. He seemed to absorb language from the very air, picking up not just words, but nuances of meaning that should have been beyond his comprehension. Mrs. Cole found it disconcerting to be corrected on her grammar by a toddler. But it wasn't Tom's intelligence that first alerted the staff to his unusual nature. It was the incidents. They started small, easily dismissed as coincidence. A child who had taken Tom's toy would wake up with mysterious bruises. A staff member who had been sharp with him would find her teacup shattered in her hand. The orphanage cat, which had scratched him once, was found dead in the courtyard, its neck twisted at an impossible angle. As Tom grew older, the incidents became more frequent and harder to explain away. By age 4, other children had learnt to give him a wide berth. He didn't need to threaten or physically intimidate them. There was something in his dark eyes that warned them away. Those who didn't heed the warning soon regretted it. Billy Stubbs, a boy 2 years older who had tried to take Tom's portion at dinner, woke to find his pet rabbit hanging from the rafters of the dormitory. The staff's attempts to discipline Tom met with limited success. Physical punishment, common in such institutions, seemed to have no effect on him. He would take his beatings without crying, staring at his punisher with those unsettling dark eyes until they became uncomfortable and stopped. Time, arouse, and isolation were equally ineffective. Tom seemed to prefer being alone anyway. The only punishment that showed any result was the withholding of books, which he had begun to devour as soon as he learned to read. Reading became Tom's escape from the dreariness of orphanage life. The orphanage library was meager, consisting mainly of donated books that wealthy families no longer wanted, but to Tom, each book was a window into a world beyond the grey walls that confined him. He read everything he could get his hands on: fairy tales, history, even dry theological texts that previous inhabitants had left behind. In books he found power, knowledge, and, most importantly, confirmation that he was special. For Tom had always known he was different. Even before he had words to express it, he had felt the power flowing through him, responding to his emotions. When he was angry, things broke. When he concentrated hard enough, he could make things move without touching them. He could make people do what he wanted if he stared at them long enough and thought the right thoughts. And he could speak to snakes, a discovery he made when he found a grass snake in the orphanage garden and heard it complaining about the cold. The other children whispered about him when they thought he couldn't hear. They called him a freak, a monster, the devil's child. But Tom didn't care. Their fear was just another form of power, and he was beginning to understand that power was what separated the special from the ordinary. He cultivated their fear carefully, never doing anything too overt, always maintaining plausible deniability when the staff investigated. One particular incident stood out in the orphanage's collective memory. It occurred during the summer of 1933, when Tom was 6 years old. A group of children had been taken on a rare outing to the seaside. A church charity had provided the funds. Tom had been excited, showing more emotion than the staff had ever seen from him. The sea was something he had only read about, and he was eager to experience it firsthand. The day started well enough. Tom stayed apart from the other children, exploring the beach on his own, collecting shells and observing the creatures in tide pools with intense concentration. But then Amy Benson and Dennis Bishop, two children close to Tom's age, made the mistake of following him when he wandered away from the main group. What exactly happened in the cave Tom led them to was never fully established. Amy and Dennis were found hours later, sitting on the beach, staring at nothing. They wouldn't speak about what had occurred, and indeed seemed incapable of speaking about it. When pressed, they would begin to shake uncontrollably. Both children were never quite the same afterward. Amy developed a terror of dark, enclosed spaces, while Dennis would wake screaming from nightmares he couldn't describe. Tom, when questioned, was a picture of innocence. He had simply wanted to show them an interesting cave he had found. They had looked around for a bit, then left. He couldn't understand why they were so upset. His performance was flawless, his lies smooth and consistent. But Mrs. Cole, watching him during the interrogation, saw something in his eyes. A glimmer of satisfaction, perhaps even pride, that convinced her he was responsible, even if she could never prove it. As Tom approached his 7th birthday, his control over his abilities grew stronger. He had learned to hide the full extent of what he could do, showing just enough strangeness to maintain fear while avoiding serious investigation. He practiced in secret, pushing the boundaries of his power. He could now make objects fly across the room, could inflict pain without touching, could even, he discovered with delight, influence people's thoughts if he concentrated hard enough. The orphanage staff, for their part, were relieved when Tom began spending most of his time alone. He had claimed a small box room on the 3rd floor as his own. Officially, it was a storage closet, but Tom had cleared it out and turned it into a private retreat. The staff let him keep it, reasoning that it was better to know where he was than to have him wandering the orphanage, working his strange influence on the other children. In his makeshift room, Tom created his own world. He arranged his few possessions with obsessive care. Books stolen from the library, interesting objects he had found, taken from other children or staff, and a collection of small trophies from his various conquests. Each item was placed precisely, and woe betide anyone who disturbed his arrangements. A cleaner who had moved his things while tidying found herself plagued by a week of accidents, until Tom was satisfied she had learned her lesson. It was also during this period that Tom began to develop his philosophy about death. The orphanage saw its share of mortality, elderly staff members passing away, children succumbing to illness, the occasional accident. Tom observed these deaths with clinical interest. He noticed how the other children cried, how the staff spoke in hushed voices about better places and God's plan. It all seemed like weakness to him, this fear of the inevitable. But beneath his cold exterior, Tom harbored his own fear of death, not the act itself, but the idea of ceasing to exist. The thought that all his specialness, all his power, could simply end was intolerable. He began to research, reading everything he could find about death, afterlife, beliefs, and ways people had tried to cheat mortality. Most of it he dismissed as superstition, but he filed the information away nonetheless. Somewhere, he was certain, there had to be a way for the truly powerful to transcend death. His research was limited by the orphanage's meager resources, but Tom was nothing if not resourceful. He learnt to pick locks, allowing him access to parts of the building that were off limits. He stole money from the donation box to buy books from the second-hand shop down the street. He even managed to convince a local librarian to let him access books normally restricted to adults, using a combination of his preternatural charm and subtle mental influence. As 1937 dawned, Tom Riddle was 9 years old and already more powerful than many adult wizards, though he didn't yet have a name for what he was. He knew only that he was special, that he was destined for something greater than the grey walls of Wool's orphanage. He had no idea that the wizarding world existed, no knowledge of his magical heritage, but he had already begun to walk the path that would lead him to become Lord Voldemort. The orphanage continued its dreary routine around him. Children came and went, adopted or aged out of the system. Staff members left for better positions or retired, but Tom remained, a constant dark presence in the institutionalized childhood of Wools. He was waiting, though he didn't know for what. All he knew was that his real life, his true destiny, lay somewhere beyond these walls. In his small box room, surrounded by his carefully arranged possessions, Tom would sit for hours practicing his abilities. He had graduated from making objects move to more complex manipulations. He could create fire without matches, though he was careful never to let it spread beyond his control. He could heal small cuts on his own body, watching with fascination as the skin knitted itself back together. Each new discovery filled him with a sense of power and purpose. But perhaps the most significant development during these early years was Tom's growing understanding of people. He studied the staff and other children like a scientist studying specimens. He learned what motivated them, what frightened them, what they desired. He filed away every piece of information, building detailed mental profiles that he could use to his advantage. Manipulation became second nature to him, as essential as breathing. Mrs. Cole, despite her wariness of Tom, couldn't help but be impressed by his intelligence and self-sufficiency. In her reports, she noted his exceptional academic abilities, his mature demeanor, and his lack of behavioral problems, The incidents with other children were carefully downplayed or omitted. After all, they couldn't be proven. On paper, Tom Riddle appeared to be a model orphan, if perhaps a bit too solitary. This carefully constructed facade would serve Tom well when, in the summer of 1938, a most unusual visitor came to Wool's orphanage. But on this quiet evening in 1937, as Tom sat in his room practicing making a stolen penknife hover and spin in the air, he had no idea that his life was about to change dramatically. The wizarding world was about to claim one of its own, though whether that would prove to be a blessing or a curse remained to be seen. The rain that pattered against the high windows of the orphanage seemed to whisper secrets that night. In his narrow bed, Tom Riddle slept dreamlessly, his mind already too organized and controlled for the chaos of normal dreams. Around him, the orphanage settled into its nighttime routine of creaking pipes and muffled sobs from homesick children. But Tom heard none of it. He was already separate, already apart, already walking a path that led away from humanity and towards something colder and more terrible than anyone could imagine. Tomorrow would bring new opportunities to test his power, new chances to prove his superiority. But tonight, in the darkness of Wool's orphanage, Tom Riddle was just a boy, brilliant, dangerous, and utterly alone. The child who would become Lord Voldemort slept peacefully, unaware that his true education was about to begin. The summer of 1938 arrived in London with unusual warmth, bringing with it a sense of change that seemed to permeate even the thick walls of Wool's orphanage. Tom Riddle, now 11 years old, felt it too, a restlessness, an anticipation of something he couldn't quite name. He had always known he was destined for more than the grey corridors and meagre meals of the orphanage, and somehow he sensed that destiny was about to find him. It was a Tuesday afternoon in late July when Mrs. Cole received an unexpected visitor. She would later describe him as an eccentric gentleman, tall and thin, with auburn hair and a beard that was already showing signs of the silver it would one day become. He wore a plum velvet suit that was decades out of fashion, and his blue eyes held a twinkle that seemed at odds with the serious nature of his visit. This was Albus Dumbledore, though Mrs. Cole knew him only as a representative of a special school for gifted children. Dumbledore had come to Wool's orphanage following the magical trace that had led the Hogwarts quill to inscribe Tom Riddle's name in the book of incoming students. It was a routine visit in many ways. Every year, Hogwarts professors visited Muggle-born or Muggle-raised magical children to explain their heritage and invite them to attend the school. But from the moment Dumbledore entered the orphanage, he sensed this would be no routine visit. Mrs. Cole, flustered by the unexpected arrival of such an obviously educated visitor, led Dumbledore to her office. Over a glass of gin, which she claimed was for medicinal purposes, she began to tell him about Tom Riddle. Her words were carefully chosen at first, painting a picture of a brilliant but solitary boy. But as the gin loosened her tongue, and perhaps influenced by some subtle magic from her visitor, she began to reveal more. She spoke of the incidents, never proven, always deniable, but too numerous to be coincidence. She mentioned Billy Stubbs' rabbit, the cave incident with Amy and Dennis, the way other children avoided Tom as if by instinct. She described his unnatural self-sufficiency, his cold demeanor, his ability to get what he wanted without seeming to try. By the time she finished, she had painted a portrait of a child who was extraordinary in ways that went far beyond mere intelligence. Dumbledore listened carefully, his expression giving nothing away, but behind his calm exterior he was deeply troubled. The abilities Mrs. Cole described were impressive for an untrained child, but it was the way Tom used them that concerned him. Control and cruelty in one so young suggested a nature that had already begun to twist away from the light. When Dumbledore asked to meet Tom, Mrs. Cole seemed relieved. She led him up the narrow stairs to the third floor to the small box room that Tom had claimed as his own. She knocked on the door and called out that Tom had a visitor, then retreated quickly, as if eager to put distance between herself and whatever might happen next. Tom opened the door and regarded his visitor with dark eyes that seemed to take in everything at once. He was small for his age, thin from institutional food, but he carried himself with a bearing that belonged on someone much older. His dark hair was neatly combed, his second-hand clothes clean and carefully maintained. There was something aristocratic about his features that spoke of his hidden heritage, though neither he nor Dumbledore knew it at the time. "Tom," Dumbledore said pleasantly, "I'm Professor Dumbledore. May I come in?" Tom studied him for a long moment before stepping aside. The room beyond was small but meticulously organized. Every item had its place, from the few books on a makeshift shelf to the collection of objects arranged on the windowsill. Dumbledore's experienced eye immediately recognized some of these objects as trophies, things taken from other children, kept as reminders of small victories. "I'm from a school called Hogwarts," Dumbledore began, settling himself on the room's only chair while Tom remained standing, watchful. "It's a special school for people with abilities like yours." The change in Tom's expression was subtle but significant. His eyes narrowed slightly and his posture shifted from wary to predatory. "I knew it," he said, his child's voice carrying an undertone of triumph. "I knew I was special. I knew I was different from them." "You are indeed special, Tom," Dumbledore agreed carefully. "You're a wizard." What followed was one of the most significant conversations in wizarding history, though neither participant fully realized it at the time. Tom's reaction to learning he was a wizard was not relief or joy, as was common with Muggle-raised children, but a kind of fierce satisfaction. Everything made sense now: his abilities, his superiority to the other orphans, the power that flowed through his veins. He bombarded Dumbledore with questions, each one revealing more about his nature. He wanted to know about his parents immediately. Surely they must have been powerful, magical people. When Dumbledore couldn't provide immediate answers, Tom's expression darkened. He demanded proof of Dumbledore's claims, showing a skepticism unusual in a child, but perhaps natural in one who had learned early to trust no one. Dumbledore provided proof in the form of setting Tom's wardrobe ablaze with magical fire that didn't consume, then extinguishing it with a wave of his wand. Tom's reaction was not fear, but hunger, a desperate desire to learn how to do such things himself. His questions turned to what he would learn at Hogwarts, how quickly he could master such abilities, whether there were spells to control people, to hurt them, to make them obey. These questions troubled Dumbledore deeply. Most children asked about flying on broomsticks or turning teacups into mice. Tom's immediate focus on power and control revealed priorities that had already been set, patterns that had already been established. But Dumbledore was a teacher at heart, and he believed in the power of education to guide and shape. Perhaps, at Hogwarts, Tom would learn to use his gifts for better purposes. The conversation took a more disturbing turn when Dumbledore asked Tom about the incidents Mrs. Cole had mentioned. Tom's denials were smooth, practiced, but his eyes glittered with something that might have been pride. When pressed about the cave incident, his expression became blank, unreadable. A mask that someone so young shouldn't have known how to wear. "I can make them hurt," Tom said suddenly, as if the admission had been pulled from him, "if I want to. I can make bad things happen to people who annoy me. I can make them hurt if I want to." Dumbledore's response to this confession would echo through the years. He didn't dismiss it or excuse it. Instead, he looked Tom directly in the eye and spoke firmly about how at Hogwarts such behavior would not be tolerated. He explained that while Tom's abilities made him special, they didn't make him more important than others. Power came with responsibility, and cruelty would have consequences. Tom listened to this lecture with apparent attention, but Dumbledore could see the boy was merely filing the information away, understanding the rules he would need to appear to follow, rather than internalizing any moral lesson. It was clear that Tom saw Hogwarts not as a place to learn restraint, but as a place to learn more effective methods of exercising his power. The discussion of Tom's Parseltongue ability added another layer of concern. When Tom casually mentioned that he could speak to snakes, Dumbledore's expression flickered with something Tom couldn't identify but filed away for future consideration. The professor explained that this was a rare gift, but his tone suggested it was not entirely a welcome one. As the visit drew to a close, Dumbledore provided Tom with his Hogwarts letter and instructions for purchasing his school supplies. He offered to accompany Tom to Diagon Alley, as was customary for Muggle-raised students, but Tom refused with a pride that seemed outsized for his circumstances. He would find his own way, he insisted. He didn't need help. Before leaving, Dumbledore had one more unsettling encounter with Tom's nature. He asked to see the collection of objects on the windowsill, recognizing them as taken from other children. Tom's reaction was immediate and hostile. His magic flared, making the air in the small room crackle with power. For a moment, Dumbledore saw not a child, but something else, something that understood possession and dominance in ways that went beyond normal human experience. Gently but firmly, Dumbledore insisted that Tom return the stolen items to their owners. It was a test of sorts, to see if the boy could accept authority, could understand the concept of making amends. Tom agreed, but his compliance was clearly strategic rather than genuine. He would follow the rules because he had to, not because he understood why he should. And selections informationes. As Dumbledore prepared to leave, Tom asked one more question that would prove prophetic. Was my father a wizard? He must have been, to have a son like me. Dumbledore's honest answer that he didn't know clearly displeased Tom. The boy's assumption that his magical heritage must come from his father rather than his mother revealed prejudices that had somehow already taken root. In Tom's mind, power was masculine, strength was paternal. The possibility that his mother might have been the magical parent didn't seem to occur to him. After Dumbledore left, Tom sat alone in his room, the Hogwarts letter clutched in his hands. Everything had changed, and yet nothing had. He was still in the orphanage, still surrounded by people he considered beneath him. But now he had a name for what he was, a destination for his ambitions. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Even the name tasted of power when he whispered it to himself. Over the following weeks, Tom prepared for his new life with characteristic thoroughness. He studied the supply list obsessively, memorizing every item. He practiced the story he would tell about going to a special school for gifted children, truthful enough to satisfy casual questions, but vague enough to hide the real nature of his destination. He returned the stolen items as Dumbledore had demanded, but not without extracting a price. Each child who received their property back also received a whispered threat about what would happen if they spoke of it. The trip to Diagon Alley was Tom's first real glimpse of the magical world, and it exceeded even his high expectations. He navigated the journey alone, following Dumbledore's written instructions with determined precision. When the brick wall opened to reveal the bustling magical street, Tom felt for the first time that he was where he belonged. Here was a world where his abilities weren't freakish but normal, where power was cultivated rather than hidden. At Gringotts, he exchanged his small hoard of stolen Muggle money for wizard gold, marveling at the goblin tellers who seemed to see through human pretense with the same clarity he did. In Flourish and Blots, he spent hours browsing, eventually selecting his required texts, plus several additional books on magical theory that caught his interest. The shopkeeper, charmed by what seemed like scholarly enthusiasm in one so young, gave him a discount, but it was in Ollivander's that Tom had his most significant experience. The ancient wand maker studied him with silver eyes that seemed to see too much, presenting wand after wand for him to try. When Tom finally grasped the wand that chose him, 13.5 inches, yew wood with a phoenix feather core, the power that flowed through him was intoxicating. Sparks of gold and red shot from the wand's tip, and for a moment, Tom felt truly complete. "Curious," Ollivander murmured, those penetrating eyes fixed on Tom. "Very curious indeed." When Tom asked what was curious, Ollivander explained about the phoenix whose tail feather resided in his wand, how it had given only one other feather, and how unusual it was for wands with feathers from the same phoenix to choose wizards who would be connected. Tom filed this information away, though its significance wouldn't become clear for many years. As September approached, Tom's anticipation grew to an almost painful intensity. He had read his textbooks cover to cover multiple times, practiced wand movements with a stick when no one was watching, and memorized everything he could about Hogwarts from Hogwarts: A History. He was determined to arrive prepared, to show from the very beginning that he was exceptional even among wizards. The night before he was to leave for King's Cross Station, Tom lay awake in his narrow bed, his new wand hidden beneath his pillow. Around him, the orphanage slept its restless sleep, but Tom was beyond such mundane concerns now. Tomorrow, he would leave this place behind and enter a world where his abilities weren't just tolerated but celebrated. Tomorrow, his real life would begin. But as he finally drifted off to sleep, Tom's dreams were not of wonder and discovery. Instead, he dreamed of power, of control, of a world that bowed before him. He dreamed of finding his magical father and proving himself worthy of the heritage he was certain he possessed. He dreamed of becoming so powerful that death itself would kneel before him. In the morning, Tom Riddle would board the Hogwarts Express and begin his magical education. But in truth, his education in darkness had already begun, shaped by years of isolation, abuse, and the dangerous discovery that he had power over others. Hogwarts would give him knowledge and skill, but the foundation of Lord Voldemort had already been laid. In a small box room, in a London orphanage. As dawn broke over Wool's orphanage on September 1st, 1938, Tom was already awake and dressed, his few possessions packed in a second-hand trunk. He left the orphanage without backward glances or farewells. No one saw him go except Mrs. Cole watching from her window, who crossed herself and whispered a prayer she couldn't quite articulate. Something dark was leaving her orphanage, but something darker was entering the wider world. The journey to platform 93/4 was Tom's first test in his new world, and he passed it with characteristic determination. He observed other magical families navigating the barrier and copied their actions with perfect precision. As he pushed through the seemingly solid wall and emerged onto the magical platform, Tom Riddle allowed himself a small, cold smile. He was exactly where he belonged, and nothing would stop him from taking everything this new world had to offer. The scarlet steam engine of the Hogwarts Express stood before Tom Riddle like a gateway to another world. Steam billowed from its stack, mixing with the excited chatter of students reuniting after the summer holidays. Tom stood apart from the cheerful chaos, observing everything with those dark eyes that missed nothing. He had no tearful parents to wave goodbye to, no friends calling his name. He was alone, as always, but for the first time that isolation felt like strength rather than abandonment. He boarded the train with careful dignity, his second-hand trunk floating behind him, one of the simple spells he'd taught himself from his textbooks. The corridors were crowded with students, their robes new and crisp or comfortably worn depending on their year. Tom searched for an empty compartment, preferring solitude to the awkward process of introducing himself to strangers. Eventually, he found one near the back of the train. He stowed his trunk and settled by the window, watching the platform slowly empty as the last students boarded. At exactly 11 o'clock, the train lurched into motion and Tom Riddle left London behind, though he didn't yet know it would be forever. The journey north was a revelation. As the grimy outskirts of London gave way to green countryside, Tom saw a Britain he'd never imagined from within the orphanage walls. Rolling hills, ancient forests, and misty moors rolled past the window like illustrations from the storybooks he'd devoured. But even this natural beauty paled in comparison to the snippets of conversation he overheard from passing students. They spoke casually of things that seemed miraculous: flying on broomsticks, photographs that moved, staircases that changed direction. Every word confirmed what Tom had always believed. There was a world of power and wonder beyond the mundane existence he'd known, and he was finally part of it. His solitude didn't last long. About an hour into the journey, the compartment door slid open to reveal a group of boys his own age, looking for seats. They were already wearing their Hogwarts robes, the house crests not yet affixed, marking them as fellow first years. "Mind if we join you?" asked one of them, a boy with sandy hair and an easy smile. "Everywhere else is full." Tom nodded coolly, already analyzing these potential rivals or allies. The sandy-haired boy introduced himself as Avery, from an old wizarding family. The others followed suit. Lestrange, whose dark eyes held a hint of the madness that would one day consume his descendants. Rosier, pale and aristocratic, and Mulciber, whose cruel mouth suggested a nature that would mesh well with Tom's own. "I'm Tom Riddle," he said when his turn came, watching carefully for any reaction to his name. There was none. The name Riddle meant nothing in the wizarding world. This anonymity both frustrated and liberated him. Here, he could create himself anew, unencumbered by the reputation that had followed him through the orphanage. The conversation that followed was Tom's first real introduction to wizarding society. These boys had grown up immersed in magic, taking for granted things that seemed miraculous to Tom. They spoke of Quidditch teams and wizarding villages, of house elves and family traditions stretching back centuries. Tom listened more than he spoke, filing away every piece of information, building a mental map of this new world. When they asked about his background, Tom was deliberately vague. He mentioned growing up with muggles, letting them assume he was muggle-born rather than explicitly stating it. He saw how their expressions shifted slightly, not quite contempt, but a subtle distancing. Even among 11-year-olds, the prejudices of the wizarding world were already taking shape. But any condescension evaporated when Tom casually mentioned some of the spells he'd already mastered from his textbooks. When Avery expressed disbelief that anyone could learn spells without proper instruction, Tom demonstrated by levitating Lestrange's chocolate frog with a casual flick of his new wand. The boy's expressions shifted from skepticism to something approaching respect, even wariness. As the train continued north, the atmosphere in the compartment evolved. What had begun as a chance meeting was becoming the foundation of something more. These boys recognized something in Tom that drew them, a strength, a darkness, an ambition that matched their own nascent desires for power and recognition. By the time the lady with the tea trolley came around, they were speaking to Tom with the deference usually reserved for those acknowledged as leaders. The countryside outside grew wilder as they traveled. Mountains rose in the distance, their peaks shrouded in mist. Lakes appeared like mirrors set in green velvet. The sun began to sink, painting the sky in shades of purple and gold. Inside the train, lanterns flickered to life automatically, casting warm light through the corridors. A prefect came by to tell them they were approaching Hogwarts and should change into their robes. Tom had already done so, having studied the uniform requirements with typical thoroughness. He helped the others with their ties and fastenings, each small act of assistance building loyalty and obligation. Already, without conscious planning, he was building his first network of followers. As darkness fell completely, the train began to slow. The excitement in the corridors reached fever pitch as students pressed against windows for their first glimpse of the castle. Tom remained seated, projecting calm indifference, but inside, his heart raced with anticipation. Everything he'd read about Hogwarts, every description in Hogwarts: A History, was about to become real. The train stopped at a small, dark platform. The older students streamed off toward a road where Tom could see horseless carriages waiting, but a booming voice called for first years to follow a different path. Tom's first sight of Rubeus Hagrid, not yet the groundskeeper but already the keeper of keys, was jarring. The half-giant towered over the small first years, his wild hair and beard making him look like something out of the fairy tales Tom had read. "No more'n 4 to a boat," Hagrid called, leading them to the edge of a vast, dark lake. Tom claimed a boat with his compartment companions, taking the position at the prow as if by right. As they glided across the black water, Hogwarts came into view, and even Tom's carefully maintained composure cracked slightly. The castle was magnificent beyond his imagination, towers and turrets reaching toward the star-filled sky, windows glowing with golden light, the whole structure seeming to grow from the living rock of the cliff. "It's beautiful," Lestrange whispered, and for once, Tom had no response. Beautiful wasn't a strong enough word. This was power made manifest in stone and magic, a fortress of learning that had stood for nearly 1,000 years, and he would master every secret it held. The boats carried them through a curtain of ivy into an underground harbour. They clambered out onto a pebble beach and followed Hagrid up a passageway carved from rock. Tom noticed how the walls seemed to pulse with subtle magic, welcoming and warning in equal measure. The castle itself was testing them, evaluating the new arrivals. They emerged onto grass in the shadow of the castle and followed Hagrid to massive oak doors. He knocked 3 times with a fist the size of a dustbin lid, and the doors swung open silently. The entrance hall beyond was large enough to have contained the entire Lulls orphanage. Torches flickered in brackets on stone walls that reached up into darkness. Magnificent marble staircases led to upper floors, and Tom could hear the buzz of hundreds of voices from a doorway to the right. But Hagrid led them to a small chamber off the main hall, where they were told to wait. Professor Dumbledore appeared moments later, resplendent in robes of deep purple. Tom noticed how the other teachers deferred to him, despite his relatively young age. Here was someone who understood power and how to wield it. Dumbledore explained about the 4 houses and the sorting ceremony, though his description of the sorting hat seemed too fantastical even for this magical world. A hat that could read minds and determine character? Tom's natural paranoia bristled at the thought of something peering into his thoughts, seeing the ambitions and darkness he kept carefully hidden. When they were led into the great hall, Tom's composure was tested again. The enchanted ceiling showing the night sky, the floating candles, the hundreds of faces turning to watch them, it was overwhelming and magnificent. He forced himself to walk steadily, to show no sign of the awe that threatened to crack his careful mask. The Sorting Hat song that year spoke of unity and courage, of wisdom and ambition. Tom listened carefully to the descriptions of each house. Gryffindor, brave and bold, but Tom had no interest in pointless heroics. Hufflepuff, loyal and true. Loyalty was something others gave to him, not something he offered freely. Ravenclaw, wise and clever. Intelligence was valuable, but only as a tool for achieving greater ends. And then there was Slytherin, ambitious and cunning, using any means to achieve their ends. The house of his ancestor, Salazar Slytherin, though Tom didn't yet know this connection. As he listened to the hat describe those who would do anything to succeed, Tom knew where he belonged. When his name was called, Tom walked to the stool with measured steps. The hall had gradually quieted as the sorting progressed, but now the silence seemed complete. He sat on the stool, and Professor Dumbledore lowered the hat onto his head. The world disappeared. Tom found himself in a strange, grey space, alone with a voice that seemed to come from inside his own mind. "Ah," said the voice, and Tom realized with a start that the hat was speaking to him. How very interesting. Such ambition, such hunger for power, and such darkness already in one so young. "Get on with it," Tom thought fiercely. "Put me in Slytherin where I belong." Slytherin, yes, you could be great there. Your ancestor would be proud. Oh yes, I see it now. The heir of Slytherin himself sits beneath me. How fascinating. Tom's mind raced. Heir of Slytherin, his ancestor. But before he could pursue this revelation, the hat was speaking aloud to the hall. "Slytherin." The table on the far right erupted in applause as Tom removed the hat and walked to join his new house. He was greeted with handshakes and welcoming smiles, but his mind was still processing what the hat had revealed. Heir of Slytherin. It explained so much. His ability to speak to snakes, his natural affinity for magic, the power that had always set him apart. As the sorting continued, Tom watched his companions from the train join him at the Slytherin table. A house was forming around him, a power base from which to operate. He caught Dumbledore's eye briefly and saw something there. Concern? Wariness? Whatever it was, Tom filed it away. Dumbledore would bear watching. The feast that followed was beyond anything Tom had experienced. Food appeared on golden plates, rich, abundant, perfectly prepared. After years of orphanage gruel, it was almost overwhelming. But Tom ate sparingly, maintaining control even in this. He observed how the older students behaved, noting hierarchies and alliances, already planning how to navigate this new social structure. The Slytherin prefect who led them to their dormitory after the feast was a 7th year named Alderton, who spoke about house pride and tradition. The common room was exactly as Tom had imagined from his reading. Green light filtering through windows that looked out into the depths of the Black Lake, elegant furniture, an atmosphere of refined power. This wasn't the warm comfort of Gryffindor or Hufflepuff, but something colder and more ambitious. The dormitory he was assigned to was luxurious compared to the orphanage. His own bed with hanging curtains for privacy, a trunk at the foot for his belongings, space that was truly his. His dorm mates were the boys from the train plus one other, not quiet and calculating, who would prove to be one of Tom's most useful followers. That first night at Hogwarts, Tom lay in his four-poster bed, listening to the unfamiliar sounds of the castle settling around him. Somewhere above, the other houses were also bedding down for the night. But here in the dungeons, in the House of Serpents and Ambition, Tom Riddle had found his true home. He thought about what the Sorting Hat had said. Heir of Slytherin. The words tasted of destiny and power. If he was truly descended from one of Hogwarts' founders, then this castle was his birthright. Every stone, every secret, every scrap of knowledge belonged to him by blood, if not by law. As sleep finally took him, Tom's dreams were filled with serpents and shadows, with power claimed and destinies fulfilled. The orphan boy from London was already disappearing, being replaced by something altogether more dangerous. Lord Voldemort was still decades away, but Tom Riddle, heir of Slytherin, had been born the moment the Sorting Hat touched his head. The next morning brought the reality of life as a Hogwarts student. Schedules were distributed at breakfast, and Tom memorized his immediately. Transfiguration with the Gryffindors, potions with the Ravenclaws, charms with the Hufflepuffs. Each class was an opportunity to prove his superiority, to show that whatever his background, he belonged here more than any of them. His first Transfiguration lesson with Professor Dumbledore was particularly significant. Dumbledore began with theory, explaining the fundamental principles that govern the transformation of matter. Most students struggle to follow the complex ideas, but Tom absorbed every word. When it came time for practical work, turning matches into needles, Tom succeeded on his first try, earning Slytherin's first house points of the year. But it was Dumbledore's reaction that interested Tom most. The professor praised his work, but those blue eyes held the same wariness Tom had noticed at the feast. Dumbledore saw through his careful mask in a way others didn't, recognized the hunger for power that drove Tom's quest for excellence. It made the professor both valuable and dangerous. Potions, taught by Professor Slughorn, proved to be another arena for Tom to excel. The precise nature of potion making appealed to his methodical mind, and Slughorn's obvious favoritism toward talented students was something Tom could exploit. By the end of the first lesson, he had earned an invitation to the professor's exclusive Slug Club, a gathering of students Slughorn deemed worthy of cultivation. Defense against the dark arts fascinated Tom most of all. Here was magic designed for combat, for protection, for imposing one's will on the world. The professor, an elderly wizard named Merrythought, was competent but uninspiring. Tom quickly moved beyond the assigned coursework, reading ahead in the textbook and exploring the more advanced sections of the library. It was in the library that Tom truly came into his own. The Hogwarts library was a treasure trove beyond his wildest dreams. Thousands upon thousands of books on every aspect of magic. Tom spent every free moment there, reading voraciously, building his understanding of the magical world from the ground up. Madame Scribner, the librarian, was initially suspicious of a first year showing such interest in advanced texts, but Tom's combination of genuine scholarly interest and subtle charm won her over. Within weeks, Tom had established himself as the undisputed leader of the Slytherin first years. It wasn't through bullying or overt dominance, but through a combination of academic excellence, strategic favors, and an indefinable quality that made others want to follow him. He helped struggling students with their homework for a price, whether that was loyalty, information, or future favors. He mediated disputes with solutions that seemed fair, but always somehow benefited him most. He gathered information about other students, their families, their fears and desires, building a network of knowledge that he could leverage when needed. The other houses began to take notice as well. In Gryffindor, some viewed him with suspicion. There was something too smooth about Tom Riddle, too perfect. The Ravenclaws respected his intelligence, but found his focus on power rather than knowledge for its own sake disturbing. The Hufflepuffs, with their instinct for loyalty and fair play, seemed to sense something fundamentally wrong about him, though few could articulate what. But Tom didn't need universal approval. He needed respect, fear, and useful allies. These he cultivated carefully, presenting different faces to different people. To the professors, he was the eager student, respectful and brilliant. To his fellow Slytherins, he was the natural leader, the one who would restore their house to its rightful prominence. To the few Muggle-born students who approached him, thinking they'd found a kindred spirit, he was politely distant, never cruel enough to draw censure, but never welcoming either. As autumn turned to winter, Tom's exploration of the castle deepened. He discovered secret passages, hidden rooms, ancient portraits willing to share gossip from centuries past. He learned which stairs to avoid on Tuesdays, which walls were actually doors in disguise, which suits of armor would move aside if you asked them politely in Latin. The castle, which overwhelmed so many first years, seemed to open itself to Tom, as if recognizing its heir. It was during one of these explorations that Tom first heard whispers of the Chamber of Secrets. A portrait of a medieval witch mentioned it casually, then seemed to realize she'd said too much and refused to elaborate. But the seed was planted. A secret chamber, built by Salazar Slytherin himself, hidden somewhere in the castle. If Tom was truly Slytherin's heir, surely this chamber was meant for him. He began researching obsessively, though carefully. Direct questions would draw unwanted attention. Instead, he pieced together fragments, a mention in an old history text here, an offhand comment from a ghost there. Gradually, a picture emerged. Slytherin had built a secret chamber before leaving Hogwarts, sealing inside it some sort of monster that only his true heir could control. The chamber's location had been lost for centuries, and most believed it to be merely a legend. But Tom knew better. Legends didn't persist without some grain of truth, and he could feel the chamber calling to him, a pull in his magical core that grew stronger as he walked certain corridors. The Christmas holidays approached, and with them a dilemma. Students were expected to sign up to either stay at Hogwarts or return home. For most, this was a simple choice, but Tom had no home to return to. The thought of going back to Wool's orphanage, even temporarily, was intolerable. He had transcended that grey world of muggles and mediocrity. He signed up to remain at the castle without hesitation. The nearly empty castle during the holidays was a revelation. With most students gone, Tom had unprecedented freedom to explore. He spent long hours in the library's restricted section, having convinced Professor Slughorn to give him permission for advanced research. He practiced spells in empty classrooms, pushing his abilities far beyond first-year level. He held long conversations with the portraits, particularly those of former Slytherin headmasters, who seemed to recognize something in him that made them uncommonly helpful. It was during this Christmas break that Tom made his first real friend, though friend was perhaps too strong a word. Abraxas Malfoy, a third-year Slytherin from one of the most prestigious pure-blood families, had also remained at school. Initially dismissive of the first year, Abraxas' attitude changed when he witnessed Tom performing magic that many seventh years would struggle with. Their association was mutually beneficial. Abraxas introduced Tom to the intricate social hierarchies of pure-blood society. the unwritten rules and ancient customs that no book could teach. In return, Tom helped Abraxas with his studies, particularly in areas requiring power and control rather than mere memorization. It was through Abraxas that Tom first truly understood the depth of prejudice against Muggle-borns in certain circles, and how this prejudice could be exploited. When the other students returned from the holidays, they found Tom subtly changed. His power had consolidated, his knowledge deepened. He moved through the castle with even more confidence, as if the weeks of solitary exploration had strengthened his claim on the ancient stones. His followers noticed immediately, drawing closer like moths to a flame that burned brighter than before. The spring term brought new challenges and opportunities. Tom's academic performance continued to be exceptional across all subjects. Professors competed to praise him, to claim credit for nurturing such a brilliant student. Only Dumbledore remained reserved, watching Tom with those penetrating blue eyes that seemed to see too much. It was in March that Tom achieved something remarkable for a first year. He created his first original spell. It was a minor thing, a variation on a cleaning charm that could selectively remove ink from parchment without damaging the material. But the fact that an 11-year-old had successfully modified existing magic to create something new sent ripples through the faculty. Professor Slughorn was beside himself with pride, immediately writing to his connections in the ministry about his protege. But Tom's interests were already moving in darker directions. His research into the Chamber of Secrets had reached a dead end, but in searching for it, he had discovered other things. References to magic that the curriculum barely touched upon, spells that could control minds, potions that could cause agony, rituals that promised power at terrible prices. He read these with the same academic interest he brought to everything, filing the knowledge away for future use. His exploration of his heritage also deepened. Through careful questioning and research, he had confirmed what the Sorting Hat had revealed. He was indeed descended from Salazar Slytherin. The bloodline had been thought extinct, but somehow it had survived, hidden and diminished, until it produced him. This knowledge burned in him like a secret flame. He was not just any wizard, not just any student. He was the heir to one of the 4 founders of Hogwarts itself. This revelation affected how he saw everything. The other students, even the purebloods who lauded their heritage over others, were nothing compared to him. Their families might trace their lines back centuries, but his went back to the very foundations of magical education in Britain. The castle wasn't just his school, it was his inheritance, stolen by time and circumstance, but rightfully his. As the school year drew to a close, Tom faced another turning point. His marks were the highest in living memory for a first-year student. He had won the admiration of his teachers, the loyalty of his housemates, and the wary respect of the wider school. But he had also learned the limitations of being 11 years old in a world that valued age and established power. The end-of-year feast saw Slytherin winning the House Cup, due in no small part to the points Tom had earned through academic excellence. As he sat at the celebrating Slytherin table, surrounded by his followers and basking in the approval of his housemates, Tom felt a satisfaction that went beyond mere victory. This was just the beginning. He had established his base, proven his superiority, begun to understand the extent of his heritage and power. But as the Hogwarts Express carried him back to London and the grey walls of Wool's orphanage, Tom's mood darkened. 2 months of pretending to be just another orphan boy, of hiding his magic, of enduring the mundane Muggle world. It would be torture, but it was temporary. He comforted himself with plans for the future, for all he would learn and achieve when he returned to Hogwarts. The other boys in his compartment chatted excitedly about their summer plans, family vacations, Quidditch matches, visits to foreign magical sites. Tom listened in silence, his face giving nothing away. Let them have their trivial pleasures. He had something far more valuable: purpose, ambition, and the growing certainty that he was destined for greatness that would eclipse them all. As London's skyline came into view, Tom Riddle prepared to resume his disguise as an ordinary orphan boy. But behind his dark eyes, Lord Voldemort was taking shape. Fed by knowledge, shaped by ambition, and driven by a hunger for power that would one day shake the wizarding world to its foundations. The first year had been merely reconnaissance. The real conquest would begin when he returned. Tom Riddle returned to Hogwarts for his second year, with a mind sharpened by a summer of deprivation and planning. The months at Wool's orphanage had been even more intolerable than he'd anticipated, made worse by his knowledge of the magical world that awaited him. He'd spent the summer reading and rereading his textbooks, practicing wand movements with a stick, and researching in the local library anything that might tangentially relate to his magical studies. But more importantly, he'd spent the summer thinking about the Chamber of Secrets. The mystery had consumed him, becoming an obsession that invaded his dreams. Somewhere in Hogwarts lay a secret chamber built by his ancestor, containing a weapon that only the heir of Slytherin could wield. The power it represented, the connection to his heritage it promised. Tom knew he had to find it. His return to the castle felt like coming home in a way the orphanage never could be. His followers greeted him with genuine enthusiasm. Over the summer, they'd realized how much they'd come to depend on his leadership. Tom slipped back into his role seamlessly, but with new determination. This year, he would go beyond academic excellence. This year, he would claim his birthright. The first months of term passed in a blur of classes and research. Tom maintained his perfect academic record almost absently, his real focus elsewhere. He interviewed the ghosts more systematically, particularly the Grey Lady of Ravenclaw House, who seemed to know more than she let on about the castle's hidden secrets. He explored sections of the castle that were technically off-limits, using his growing repertoire of concealment charms to avoid detection. It was in November that he made his first real breakthrough. In a dusty corner of the library, in a book about medieval plumbing of all things, he found a reference to a bathroom that had been built over an older structure. The text mentioned strange sounds, like serpents hissing, that had been reported before the bathroom was modernized in the 1890s. Tom's pulse quickened. Serpents. His ability to speak Parseltongue, inherited from Slytherin himself, had to be the key. He began investigating the castle's bathrooms methodically, listening for any sound that might indicate a hidden entrance. It was tedious work, made more challenging by the need for secrecy. He couldn't exactly explain why he was lurking in bathrooms if caught. The breakthrough came in an abandoned bathroom on the second floor, avoided by students because of the ghost who haunted it. Moaning Myrtle, as she was called, was a recent addition to Hogwarts' ghostly population, having died just a few years before Tom's arrival. She was moody, prone to flooding the bathroom when upset, and generally unpleasant company. Most students gave her a wide berth. But Tom, with his instinct for exploiting the overlooked and rejected, saw opportunity. He cultivated Myrtle's trust, listening to her complaints, pretending sympathy for her death and her troubles. Through careful questioning, he learned that she haunted this particular bathroom because it was where she had died. More intriguingly, she mentioned that the last thing she remembered was seeing a pair of great yellow eyes by the sinks. Yellow eyes. A monster. Tom's excitement was hard to contain, but he forced himself to proceed carefully. He spent hours in that bathroom, examining every inch, speaking to the pipes and fixtures in Parseltongue. And then, one December evening, when the bathroom was empty save for Myrtle's sulking presence, he found it. A tiny snake carved into the side of one of the taps. It was almost invisible unless you were looking for it. Tom leaned close and whispered in Parseltongue, "Open." The sink began to move. It sank into the floor, revealing a large pipe, wide enough for a person to slide through. Tom's heart raced as he stared into the darkness below. This was it, the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets, hidden in plain sight for centuries. His first descent into the chamber was cautious. He cast every protective spell he knew, created multiple light sources, and left careful markers to ensure he could find his way back. The pipe led down at a steep angle, depositing him in a dark stone tunnel. The walls were carved with serpents, their stone eyes seeming to follow his movement. The tunnel led to a massive circular door, covered in carved serpents that seemed to writhe in the wandlight. Tom spoke to it in Parseltongue, and the serpents began to move, unlocking mechanisms that hadn't functioned in centuries. The door swung open with a grinding sound that echoed through the darkness. Beyond lay a vast chamber, larger than the great hall above. Serpent statues lined the walls, and at the far end stood a monument to ego that took Tom's breath away, a statue of Salazar Slytherin himself. Tall as a tower, its stone face bearing an expression of cold command that Tom found himself unconsciously mimicking. But it was what lay coiled at the statue's base that truly captured Tom's attention. The basilisk was magnificent, 60 feet of muscle and scale, its eyes closed in sleep. Even dormant, it radiated power and menace. Tom approached slowly, speaking to it in the language of serpents, announcing himself as Slytherin's heir. The creature stirred, and Tom had a moment of terror as he realized he might have miscalculated. But then the great serpent's eyes opened, not to deal death with its killing gaze, but carefully averted, acknowledging Tom's authority. The basilisk had waited centuries for Slytherin's heir to return, and it recognized Tom's blood claim instinctively. The conversation that followed would have seemed impossible to anyone who didn't possess the gift of Parseltongue. Tom learned that the basilisk had been placed here by Slytherin himself, commanded to sleep until his heir returned to cleanse the school of those unworthy to study magic. The creature's interpretation of unworthy was simple: anyone not of pure wizard blood. Tom's mind raced with possibilities. Here was a weapon of incredible power, absolutely loyal to him. But he was also intelligent enough to recognize the dangers. If he unleashed the basilisk now, as a second-year student, the school would close. He would be sent back to the orphanage permanently. No, this required planning, subtlety. The chamber and its guardian would be his secret, to be used when the time was right. Over the following months, Tom visited the chamber regularly. He learned to navigate the tunnels that the basilisk used to move unseen through the school, a network of pipes and passages that allowed the creature to go almost anywhere. He practiced controlling the basilisk, sending it on exploratory missions through the castle's hidden ways. He was careful to keep its eyes closed during these excursions, avoiding any accidents that might reveal his secret. The chamber became his true classroom. In that vast space, hidden from all eyes, Tom practiced magic that would have horrified his professors. He experimented with curses found in books from the restricted section, tested the limits of his power, pushed boundaries that should not be pushed. The basilisk watched these sessions with ancient eyes, approving of the darkness growing in Slytherin's air. It was during his 4th year that Tom decided the time had come to test the basilisk's true purpose. He had grown in power and confidence, his control over the creature absolute. The wizarding world's prejudices had become more apparent to him as he studied history and politics. Perhaps Slytherin had been right. Perhaps the school did need cleansing. He planned carefully. The attacks would need to seem random, unexplainable. He couldn't risk any connection to himself. He used his followers to establish alibis, ensuring he was visibly elsewhere when each attack occurred. He chose his victims with cold calculation. Muggle-borns, yes, but ones whose petrification or death would cause maximum fear without immediately closing the school. The first victim was a Ravenclaw 3rd year, found petrified in a corridor after curfew. The school was alarmed but not panicked. Petrification could have many causes. But as more students were found frozen, staring in horror at something only they had seen, fear began to spread through Hogwarts like a plague. Tom played his role perfectly. In public, he was the concerned student, organizing study groups for younger students, offering to patrol corridors to keep others safe. His followers, not knowing the truth, praised his leadership in crisis. Even some Gryffindors grudgingly admitted that Tom Riddle was showing real character in these dark times. Behind the scenes, he orchestrated terror. The basilisk moved through the pipes at his command, emerging when corridors were empty save for a lone victim. Tom had discovered that the creature's killing gaze could be survived if seen indirectly, through a reflection or a ghost, resulting in petrification rather than death. He used this knowledge to create victims rather than corpses, maintaining the delicate balance that kept the school open while spreading maximum fear. The messages he left were calculated to inflame tensions. The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the air, beware. Each word chosen to create division, to turn student against student, to make the purebloods feel superior and the Muggleborns feel threatened. But Tom had underestimated one factor: Albus Dumbledore. The Transfiguration Professor had been watching Tom since his first day at Hogwarts, noting the darkness that lurked behind the charming exterior. As the attacks continued, Dumbledore's scrutiny intensified. Tom could feel those blue eyes following him, searching for proof of what the professor suspected, but couldn't prove. The situation reached a crisis point in May of 1943. Tom had grown overconfident, sending the basilisk out more frequently. It was only a matter of time before someone encountered it directly, and that's exactly what happened. Myrtle Warren, the lonely Ravenclaw girl who spent most of her time crying in bathrooms, encountered the basilisk's direct gaze in the very bathroom that hid the chamber's entrance. Her death changed everything. The school was in uproar. Parents demanded answers. The Board of Governors met in emergency session. There was serious talk of closing Hogwarts permanently. Tom realized with growing panic that he had overplayed his hand. If the school closed, he would lose everything: his power base, his access to magical education, his escape from the Muggle world. He needed a scapegoat, and he found one in Rubeus Hagrid. The half-giant 3rd year was perfect for Tom's purposes. Already viewed with suspicion due to his size and parentage, Hagrid had a known fascination with dangerous creatures. Tom had observed him sneaking around the castle at night, had followed him to discover he was raising an acromantula in a cupboard, a serious violation of school rules. The frame-up was masterful. Tom discovered Hagrid with his creature, made a show of trying to stop him, and reported the incident with just the right mix of reluctance and civic duty. The fact that an acromantula couldn't petrify victims was overlooked in the administration's desperate need for a culprit. Hagrid's inability to articulate a proper defense, combined with the prejudice against his giant blood, sealed his fate. Hagrid was expelled, his wand snapped. Only Dumbledore's intervention saved him from Azkaban, securing him a position as gamekeeper's assistant instead. Tom, meanwhile, was lauded as a hero. He received a special award for services to the school, his name engraved on a trophy that would sit in the trophy room for decades to come. But his triumph was hollow. Dumbledore's suspicion hadn't diminished. If anything, it had increased. Tom knew he was being watched, his movements tracked, his activities monitored. The chamber would have to be sealed, the basilisk returned to its slumber. The weapon he had discovered would have to wait for another time to be used. In a final visit to the chamber, Tom stood before the sleeping basilisk and made a decision that would shape his future. He would not rely solely on inherited power, on ancient monsters and hidden chambers. He would transcend his ancestor, become greater than Slytherin himself. The Chamber of Secrets was just the beginning. He had learned valuable lessons from this experience. He had learned how fear could be weaponized, how prejudice could be exploited, how the desperate need for someone to blame could override logic and justice. He had learned that even the most careful plans could go awry, that power without perfect control was dangerous. Most importantly, he had learned that he needed to be more than just Slytherin's heir. He needed to be something entirely new, entirely his own. As he sealed the chamber, speaking the Parseltongue commands that would lock it until he chose to return, Tom Riddle was already planning his transformation. The boy who had entered the chamber seeking his heritage would leave it determined to surpass that heritage entirely. Lord Voldemort was beginning to take shape, forged in the darkness beneath Hogwarts, tempered by ambition that recognized no limits. The remainder of his time at Hogwarts would be spent in preparation. He would continue to excel academically, to build his network of followers, to research magic both light and dark. But always, in the back of his mind, would be the knowledge of what lay beneath the castle, a weapon waiting to be reclaimed, a legacy waiting to be transcended. The Chamber of Secrets was closed, but Tom Riddle's journey into darkness was just beginning. The summer of 1943 marked a turning point in Tom Riddle's transformation. Fresh from his triumph over the Chamber of Secrets with other tools in his toolkit, a triumph known only to him in its full extent, he faced 2 months in Wool's orphanage with new determination. He had tasted true power, commanded an ancient monster, and manipulated the entire school. The grey walls of the orphanage could no longer contain his ambition. It was during this summer that Tom made a decision that would define his future. He would uncover the truth about his parentage. The orphanage records were meagre, but they did contain his mother's name, Narope Gaunt, and his middle name, Marvolo, which seemed significant. Armed with these clues and a newfound understanding of his connection to Slytherin, Tom began his investigation. He started at the local records office, claiming to need information for a school genealogy project. The helpful clerk, influenced by a subtle mental push from Tom, gave him access to birth and death records normally restricted to adults. What he found sent him deeper into research. His mother had died at the orphanage the night he was born, but there were no records of her before that. The name Gaunt, however, appeared in older records associated with Little Hangleton, a village not far from London. Tom spent precious coins from his small hoard on bus fare to Little Hangleton. The village was picturesque in a way that immediately annoyed him. Peaceful, prosperous, everything the orphanage wasn't. But he wasn't here for the scenery. He was here for answers. His investigation led him first to the local pub, where careful questions revealed the village's most gossiped about story, the Riddle family murders, some 16 years past. The wealthy Riddle family found dead in their manor house without a mark on them. The date matched too closely to Tom's birth to be coincidence. His father's name had been Tom Riddle. The revelation hit him like a physical blow. His father had been a muggle. A wealthy muggle, yes, but still a muggle. The magical heritage he'd been so proud of came from his mother's side, from the Gaunts, who the villagers described as the local madmen, living in squalor, speaking to snakes. Tom's visit to the Gaunt shack confirmed his worst fears and his greatest hopes simultaneously. The building was a ruin, abandoned for years, but Tom could feel the residual magic in the walls. He found old books, rotted by weather but still partially readable, that confirmed the Gaunt connection to Slytherin. He also found evidence of the family's decline, the poverty, the madness, the squandering of a proud heritage. But it was in the village records that Tom found the full story. Marriage records showing Tom Riddle Sr. wedding Merope Gaunt, a union that had scandalized the village. And then, months later, Tom Riddle Sr. returning alone, claiming to have been hoodwinked, refusing to speak of his wife. The timeline was clear. His mother, pregnant and abandoned, had made her way to London to die giving birth to him. The rage Tom felt was unlike anything he'd experienced before. His muggle father had abandoned his witch mother, had rejected the gift of being connected to the magical world, had rejected him before he was even born. The man had thrown away what Tom would have given anything to possess, a magical family, a place in the wizarding world from birth. Standing in the ruins of the Gaunt shack, Tom made a vow. He would reclaim the heritage his grandfather had squandered. He would restore the line of Slytherin to its proper glory. But more than that, he would transcend it all. The pathetic muggle father, the weak mother who had died rather than fight, the mad ancestors who had let their bloodline fall into ruin. Tom Riddle Jr. was a name that connected him to failure, to abandonment, to muggle weakness. He needed a new name, one that would strike fear into those who heard it, one that would embody his transformation from abandoned orphan to the most powerful wizard who ever lived. He spent the rest of the summer crafting this new identity, playing with the letters of his full name, Tom Marvolo Riddle, rearranging them like pieces of a puzzle. When the anagram finally revealed itself, Tom smiled with cold satisfaction. Lord Voldemort. It was perfect, a name that eliminated all traces of his muggle father, that sounded powerful and mysterious, that could belong to no one but him. Returning to Hogwarts for his 6th year, Tom was changed. His followers noticed it immediately, a new coldness, a distance that hadn't been there before. He shared his new name with only his most trusted followers, swearing them to secrecy. To the rest of the school, he remained Tom Riddle, the brilliant, charming prefect. But in private, in the dark corners of the Slytherin common room, he was becoming Lord Voldemort. This was also the year Tom discovered the concept that would define his quest for immortality, Horcruxes. It started innocently enough, with advanced reading for his defense against the dark arts newt preparation, a mention in a restricted book about soul magic, about the possibility of anchoring one's soul to the physical world. The book spoke of it in horrified whispers, calling it the darkest of magic. But Tom saw only possibility. He researched obsessively but carefully. Direct questions would raise alarms, so he approached the subject obliquely. He wrote essays on the nature of the soul for various classes, each time pushing the boundaries a little further. He engaged professors in theoretical discussions about consciousness and death, and slowly, piece by piece, he assembled the knowledge he sought. The basic concept was simple in its horror. Murder split the soul, and with the right rituals, that split piece could be enclosed in an object, anchoring the wizard to life even if their body was destroyed. Most sources agreed it was theoretical only. No sane wizard would mutilate their soul in such a way. But Tom had never been constrained by sanity. He began planning his first Horcrux with the same methodical approach he brought to everything. The vessel would need to be significant. Not just any object would do for Lord Voldemort's soul. He thought of his heritage, of the few heirlooms the Gaunts had managed to keep through their decline. There had been mention of a ring, a locket. These would be worthy vessels. But first, he needed to commit murder with the specific intention of creating a Horcrux. Not the accidental death of Myrtle Warren, but deliberate, calculated murder. And Tom knew exactly who his victims would be. The summer after his 6th year, Tom returned to Little Hangleton. But this time, he didn't go as a curious boy seeking answers. He went as Lord Voldemort, seeking revenge. He found his Uncle Morphin still living in the Gaunt shack, released from Azkaban but broken by the experience, his mind fractured beyond repair. It was almost too easy. Morphin, in his madness, was pathetically grateful for company, especially company that could speak Parseltongue. He showed Tom the 2 remaining family heirlooms, Slytherin's locket and a ring bearing the Peveril coat of arms. Tom listened to his uncle's rambling stories, all the while planning his next moves. He stunned Morphin and took his wand. Then he walked up the hill to Riddle House, where his father lived with his grandparents. The anti-Muggle sentiment he'd absorbed in Slytherin House crystallized into pure hatred as he looked at the comfortable home his father enjoyed, while his mother had died in poverty. The murders were swift and clean, the killing curse cast 3 times with Morphin's wand. His father and grandparents died without understanding why, without even knowing who he was. Tom felt the moment his soul split, felt the tearing sensation that the books had warned about. But where others might have been horrified, Tom felt only triumph. Death had no hold on him now. He performed the ritual there in the house, binding the torn piece of his soul into the gaunt ring. The black stone seemed to pulse with dark energy as it accepted this horrific gift. Tom slipped it onto his finger, feeling more complete than he ever had before. He was no longer fully human, but that was a small price to pay for immortality. Returning to the shack, Tom modified Morphin's memory, implanting false recollections of murdering the Riddles in revenge for their treatment of his sister. When the Ministry arrived following the trace of magic, they found Morphin with the murder weapon, confessing proudly to the crime. He was sent back to Azkaban where he would die, taking the truth with him. Tom returned to Hogwarts for his 7th year as head boy, wearing the ring that was now so much more than jewelry. His followers noticed the new ring, but knew better than to ask about it. They also noticed other changes. Tom's features seemed sharper. His eyes occasionally flashed red in certain lights. His presence felt colder, more dangerous. This final year at Hogwarts was one of consolidation and preparation. Tom excelled in his Newt examinations, achieving perfect scores in everything except divination, which he had always considered beneath him. He expanded his network of followers, recruiting younger students who would carry on his influence after he left. He researched job opportunities, considering his options carefully. Many expected him to join the ministry, perhaps in the Department of Magical Law Enforcement or International Magical Cooperation. His professors wrote glowing recommendations, speaking of his brilliant mind and natural leadership. But Tom had other plans. When he announced his intention to work at Borgin and Burke's, the dingy shop in Nocturne Alley, everyone was shocked. Only Tom understood the logic. The shop dealt in dark artifacts, in objects of power and historical significance. It would give him access to the kinds of items he needed for future Horcruxes, allow him to track down the remaining heirlooms of notable wizards. It was also unexpected, which meant his true activities would be less likely to draw attention. His departure from Hogwarts was triumphant on the surface. Awards for academic excellence, praise from professors, the admiration of younger students. But Tom barely noticed. His mind was already on the future, on the Horcruxes he would create, the followers he would gather, the power he would amass. As the Hogwarts Express carried him away from the castle for the last time as a student, Tom Riddle gazed out the window with eyes that were no longer entirely human. The boy who had arrived 7 years ago, desperate to belong, to prove himself, was gone. In his place sat Lord Voldemort, who belonged to no one and nothing except his own ambition. He had learned all Hogwarts could teach him and more. He had discovered his heritage and transcended it. He had split his soul and felt no remorse. He had chosen his path, and it led away from the light and into darkness so profound that even he couldn't yet see where it would end. The other 7th years in his compartment chattered about their futures, their hopes and dreams. Tom let their voices wash over him like meaningless noise. They dreamed of careers, families, normal lives. Tom dreamed of immortality, of power absolute, of a world remade in his image. The transformation was complete. Tom Riddle was a mask he would wear when necessary, but Lord Voldemort was who he truly was now. The abandoned boy from the orphanage had been replaced by something far more dangerous, a being with the knowledge, power, and will to reshape the wizarding world, no matter the cost. As London came into view, Tom allowed himself a small, cold smile. The first phase of his plan was complete. Now the real work would begin. The world had no idea what was coming, but Lord Voldemort knew. He had seen the future, and it belonged to him. The cramped, dusty confines of Borgin and Burke's seemed an unlikely headquarters for the future Dark Lord, but Tom Riddle understood the value of patience and positioning. The shop in Nocturne Alley was a nexus of the dark artifacts trade, a place where desperate witches and wizards came to sell family heirlooms, where collectors sought forbidden items, where secrets changed hands along with gold. Mr. Borgin, the shop's proprietor, had been delighted to hire the brilliant young Hogwarts graduate. Tom's combination of charm, intelligence, and subtle menace made him perfect for persuading reluctant sellers to part with their treasures. Within weeks, he had proven invaluable, able to identify rare artifacts that others might overlook, to negotiate prices that left sellers feeling grateful, even as they were cheated. But Tom's true interest lay not in making profits for Borgin, but in the customers themselves. He studied each person who entered the shop, cataloguing their desires, their weaknesses, their potential usefulness. Many were descendants of old wizarding families, their fortunes declining, forced to sell ancestral possessions to maintain appearances. In their desperation and wounded pride, Tom saw opportunity. It was through one such customer that Tom made his most significant discovery of this period. Hepzibah Smith was an elderly witch, enormously wealthy, with a passion for collecting historical magical artifacts. She took an immediate liking to the handsome, charming young assistant who showed such appreciation for her treasures. Tom cultivated her friendship carefully, visiting her ornate home for tea, listening to her stories, admiring her collection with what seemed like genuine enthusiasm. Over months of careful manipulation, Tom gained Hepzibah's complete trust. She began showing him pieces from her collection that she kept hidden from others, reveling in his apparent awe and appreciation. And then, one afternoon that would prove fateful, she showed him her two most prized possessions. "These, my dear Tom," she said, her eyes glittering with pride, "are my greatest treasures. I've shown them to no one else, but you have such an appreciation for history." The first was a golden cup emblazoned with a badger, Helga Hufflepuff's cup, one of the few remaining artifacts from the Hogwarts founders. Tom's fingers itched to touch it, to possess it, but he maintained his mask of polite interest. The second item, however, nearly shattered his composure entirely. It was a heavy golden locket, ornate and ancient, marked with an serpentine S. Slytherin's locket, the very heirloom his mother had sold for a pittance when pregnant and desperate. The locket that should have been his by birthright, sitting in the collection of this foolish old woman who couldn't even open it, who didn't know the Parseltongue password that would reveal its secrets. Tom's mind raced as Hepzibah prattled on about how she'd acquired the items, the prices she'd paid, their historical significance. He smiled and nodded, all the while planning her death. These artifacts were worthy vessels for his split soul, and Hepzibah Smith was a life he would gladly take to possess them. The murder, when it came, was elegant in its simplicity. Tom poisoned her cocoa with a rare, untraceable toxin he'd acquired through his connections in Diagon Alley. As Hepzibah died, gasping and confused, Tom took the cup and locket, along with several other valuable items, to muddy the waters of investigation. Then, with the same cold precision he'd used on his uncle Morfin, he modified the memory of Hepzibah's house elf Firky, making her believe she had accidentally poisoned her mistress. By the time the murder was discovered, Tom Riddle had vanished from Britain entirely. His disappearance marked the beginning of what would later be called his wandering years, a decade of travel, study, and transformation that would see Tom Riddle fully become Lord Voldemort. He had prepared for this carefully, converting his savings and stolen goods into gold, creating false identities, establishing contacts in the international wizarding community. His first destination was Albania, drawn by rumors of ancient magic in its pristine forests. It was there, in a tree hollow far from any human settlement, that he hid Ravenclaw's diadem, which he had retrieved during his final visit to Hogwarts. The murder he committed to create this Horcrux was a local peasant, chosen at random, killed without thought or remorse. Tom felt the now familiar tearing of his soul, the dark ecstasy of binding another fragment to a founder's artifact. From Albania, he traveled across Eastern Europe, seeking out practitioners of the darkest arts. In the hidden enclaves of Romania, he studied with vampire covens, learning their secrets of life and death. In the frozen wastes of Siberia, he found wizards who had preserved magic so dark it had been forgotten in the West. Each teacher he sought out, learned from, and ultimately surpassed, taking their knowledge and leaving them diminished or dead. His appearance began to change during these travels. The repeated splitting of his soul took its toll on his physical form. His handsome features became gaunt and angular, his skin grew pale and waxy, his eyes developed a permanent reddish tinge. But Tom saw these changes as signs of his transcendence. He was moving beyond human limitations, becoming something greater and more terrible. In Egypt, he delved into the ancient tombs, not as a curse breaker seeking treasure, but as a student of the priests who had sought immortality through mummification and ritual. He learned about preservation spells, about anchoring consciousness to preserved flesh, about the prices the ancients had been willing to pay for eternal life. Their methods were crude compared to his Horcruxes, but their ambition resonated with his own. In Greece, he sought out the descendants of the oracles, learning the true arts of prophecy and fate manipulation. It was there he first heard whispers of a prophecy that might one day concern him, vague hints about a child born as the 7th month died who would have power to vanquish the Dark Lord. Tom filed this information away, not yet understanding its significance, but recognizing its potential importance. His travels took him to India, where he studied with dark yogis who had extended their lives for centuries through meditation and sacrifice. To Tibet, where in hidden monasteries he learned mental arts that would later make him the most accomplished legilimens of his age. To the Americas, where he studied the blood magic of ancient civilizations, learning rituals that required terrible prices but granted terrible power. Everywhere he went, he gathered followers, not the schoolboy admirers of his Hogwarts days, but serious practitioners of the dark arts, wizards and witches who recognized his power and saw opportunity in alliance. He shared selected knowledge with them, binding them with oaths and dark magic, creating the initial network that would eventually become his Death Eaters. But perhaps the most significant development during these years was his experimentation with his own magical capabilities. Free from the constraints of school and society, Tom pushed the boundaries of what magic could do. He developed new curses, refined existing dark spells, created rituals that had never been attempted before. His power grew exponentially, fed by the fractured pieces of his soul and his complete abandonment of any moral constraints. He also conducted experiments on others. Muggles and wizards alike became test subjects for his developing arts. He learned to inflict pain with precision, to break minds as easily as bodies, to inspire fear that went beyond the physical. These experiments served dual purposes, advancing his magical knowledge and satisfying the cruelty that had always been part of his nature. It was during a return visit to Albania that Tom discovered the final piece of Slytherin's legacy. Deep in the forest, in a hollow tree that had called to his blood, he found a small golden cup hidden by his ancestor centuries ago. Not Hufflepuff's cup, which he had already claimed, but Slytherin's own cup, unmarked by history, unknown to collectors. Here was an artifact worthy of his final Horcrux, a direct connection to his ancestor that had been waiting for his heir to claim it. The murder he committed for this Horcrux was different from the others. He killed an entire family of Albanian wizards who had sheltered him, showing them gratitude with death. As he performed the ritual to bind his soul to Slytherin's cup, he felt a shift in his very being. 7 soul fragments now anchored him to life, his mutilated soul in his body, and 6 Horcruxes hidden across the world. He had achieved what no wizard before him had dared attempt. But with this achievement came a price beyond the physical changes. Tom found his emotions increasingly distant, his ability to feel pleasure or satisfaction diminished. Only the exercise of power, the infliction of pain, the pursuit of greater magic could stir anything in him now. He had traded his humanity for immortality, and the bargain was complete. As the 1960s began, Lord Voldemort decided it was time to return to Britain. He had learned all he could from the wider world, had gathered power and knowledge beyond measure, but Britain was where his true ambitions lay. The wizarding community that had rejected his heritage, the ministry that upheld laws protecting the unworthy, the school that had been his home and would now become his recruiting ground. He sent messages to those followers he had cultivated before his departure, summoning them to gather. The name Tom Riddle was dead and buried. Only Lord Voldemort remained. Those who met him after his decade of absence were shocked by his transformation. Gone was any trace of the handsome young man who had worked at Borgin and Burke's. In his place stood something that seemed barely human, radiating power and malevolence in equal measure. His followers prostrated themselves before him, recognizing instinctively that this was no longer someone to be followed, but someone to be worshipped. He marked the most faithful with a brand that would become infamous, the Dark Mark, a skull with a serpent protruding from its mouth, burned into their left forearms with magic that connected them to their master. Lord Voldemort had returned to Britain not as a revolutionary or a politician, but as something far more dangerous. A being who had transcended human limitations, who commanded magic beyond the understanding of ordinary wizards, who viewed the deaths of others as stepping stones to his own glory. The wandering years were over. The war was about to begin. In the shadows of Nocturne Alley, in the manor houses of pureblood families, in the forgotten corners of the wizarding world, word spread. The Dark Lord had risen. Those who heard it either trembled in fear or knelt in allegiance. There was no middle ground with Lord Voldemort. You were either his servant or his enemy, and his enemies did not live long. The boy from the orphanage had traveled the world and returned as a monster, but in his own mind, Lord Voldemort had become something greater, a being beyond death, beyond human weakness, beyond any power that might oppose him. He looked at the wizarding world of Britain and saw a realm ripe for conquest, a society that would kneel before his might or be destroyed. The transformation was complete, the Horcruxes were in place, the followers were gathered. All that remained was to begin the conquest that Tom Riddle had dreamed of in his narrow bed at Wool's orphanage. But the dreams of that boy were nothing compared to the dark ambitions of Lord Voldemort. Where Tom had wanted recognition and belonging, Voldemort wanted dominion absolute. Where Tom had feared death, Voldemort had conquered it. Or so he believed. In his arrogance, he failed to understand that in seeking to master death, he had instead become its greatest servant. In fleeing from mortality, he had embraced something far worse, an existence without love, without connection, without any of the things that make life worth living. But these were lessons Lord Voldemort was incapable of learning. His path was set, his choices made, his humanity abandoned on the altars of power and immortality. The Dark Lord had risen, and the wizarding world would never be the same. The year 1970 marked a turning point in wizarding Britain, though few recognized it at the time. Lord Voldemort emerged from the shadows where he had been building his power base, ready to begin his conquest in earnest. The wizarding world, lulled by decades of peace since Grindelwald's defeat, was unprepared for the storm that was about to break. Voldemort's strategy was masterful in its complexity. Rather than announcing himself with grand gestures or public demands, he began with whispers and shadows. Disappearances started slowly. A muggle-born wizard here, a blood traitor there. The victims were carefully chosen to avoid immediate pattern recognition. A shop owner who refused to pay protection to suspected Death Eaters. A ministry employee who asked too many questions about unusual activities. a writer who published articles promoting Muggle-wizard cooperation. Each disappearance was explained away. People left the country, accidents happened. Sometimes wizards simply vanished. The ministry, bloated with bureaucracy and blinded by its own certainty that dark wizards of Grindelwald's caliber were things of the past, failed to connect the dots. By the time they realized a new dark force was rising, Voldemort's network was already deeply embedded in wizarding society. The Death Eaters, as his followers came to be known, were not merely thugs and criminals. Voldemort had learned from Grindelwald's mistakes. Where Grindelwald had relied on force and ideology, Voldemort used infiltration and terror. His followers included respected members of society, ancient pure-blood families who saw in him a champion of their supremacy, ambitious ministry workers who recognized which way the wind was blowing, and dark creatures who had been marginalized by wizarding society. The recruitment of giants was a particular coup. Voldemort traveled personally to their remote mountain colonies, speaking to them of revenge against the wizards who had driven them to the margins. His promises of territory and freedom to rampage brought the giants to his cause, giving him shock troops of devastating power. Similar overtures to werewolf packs, led by the savage Fenrir Greyback, added another dimension of terror to his forces. But it was in the halls of pure blood power that Voldemort truly excelled. He attended their gatherings under various disguises, speaking in private to family heads about the erosion of their privileges, the contamination of wizard blood, the need for strong leadership to restore the natural order. Many who would never have followed the obviously transformed monster that Voldemort had become were seduced by his ideas when presented in drawing rooms over fire whiskey. The Knights of Walpurgis, his original Death Eater organization, evolved into something far more sophisticated. They developed a cellular structure that meant most Death Eaters knew only a few others, making infiltration by law enforcement nearly impossible. They created legitimate business fronts to fund their activities. They placed Imperio curses on key ministry officials, creating puppets who could influence policy and misdirect investigations. Voldemort himself remained a figure of mystery to all but his inner circle. Stories of his appearance varied wildly. Some claimed he looked like a snake given human form, others that he could change his appearance at will. This uncertainty added to his mystique and terror. People feared to speak his name, not from some magical taboo, but from the very real concern that it might draw his attention. The first open attack that could be definitively attributed to Voldemort came in 1971, with the massacre of the McKinnon family. Unlike the careful, hidden violence of before, this was a statement. The dark mark hung in the sky above their burning home, a skull with a snake protruding from its mouth, green and gleaming against the night. The family had been vocal supporters of Muggle-born rights, and their deaths sent a clear message. The wizarding world's reaction was mixed. Some demanded immediate action, calling for wartime measures against this new threat. Others counseled caution, unwilling to believe that Britain faced another dark wizard of Grindelwald's caliber. The ministry, under Minister Jenkins, took a middle path that satisfied no one, increased aura patrols and stronger protective enchantments on important buildings, but no systematic effort to root out Voldemort's followers. This half-hearted response was exactly what Voldemort had anticipated. He accelerated his campaign, but maintained its essential character, terror rather than open warfare. Death Eaters would appear suddenly, strike viciously, and vanish before auras could respond. The dark mark became a symbol of dread, its appearance meaning certain death for those below. Voldemort's personal involvement in these attacks varied. Sometimes he led them himself, reveling in the fear his presence caused. His mastery of magic had reached levels that seemed impossible. He could duel multiple auras simultaneously, cast spells without a wand, and perform feats of dark magic that left witnesses mad with terror. But often he remained hidden, allowing his followers to spread fear in his name while he pursued other objectives. One such objective was Hogwarts itself. Voldemort had applied for the Defense Against the Dark Arts position in 1968, ostensibly seeking to return to his beloved school as a teacher. Dumbledore, now headmaster, had seen through this transparent attempt to recruit students and denied the application. In response, Voldemort had cursed the position. No teacher would hold it for more than a year. It was petty revenge, but it served a purpose, ensuring instability in the very subject students most needed to learn. His recruitment efforts among recent Hogwarts graduates intensified. Death Eaters who had children at the school groomed them to join upon graduation. Promising students from dark families received special attention, invited to gatherings where they could meet the Dark Lord himself. Many were seduced by the power he offered, the sense of being part of something greater than themselves, but of the borders. But Voldemort's true innovation was in the use of fear as a weapon more devastating than any curse. He created an atmosphere where no one could be trusted. The Imperious Curse meant that anyone could be a puppet of the Death Eaters. Neighbors reported on neighbors, families were torn apart by suspicion, the social fabric of Wizarding Britain began to unravel. The Ministry's response grew more desperate as the situation deteriorated. Barty Crouch Sr., heading the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, pushed for increasingly harsh measures. Auras were authorized to use unforgivable curses against suspected Death Eaters. Trials became perfunctory affairs. Suspicion was often enough for conviction. In trying to fight Voldemort's darkness, the Ministry began embracing darkness of its own. This was exactly what Voldemort wanted. Every harsh measure by the Ministry created more resentment, more potential recruits for his cause. Pureblood families who might have remained neutral were pushed into his arms by heavy-handed aura raids. Creatures already marginalized by society found in him a champion against their oppressors. The cycle of violence fed itself. By 1975, Voldemort controlled significant portions of Wizarding Britain, though his control was more through fear than formal governance. Entire villages paid tribute to avoid Death Eater attacks. Businesses provided funding and supplies rather than risk destruction. Even within the Ministry, it became unclear who could be trusted, who might be under the Imperious Curse, who might be a willing collaborator. The formation of the Order of the Phoenix by Albus Dumbledore was the first organized resistance to Voldemort's rise. Unlike the Ministry's official response, the Order operated in secret, using guerrilla tactics similar to the Death Eaters themselves. They protected potential victims, gathered intelligence, and when necessary, fought Death Eaters directly. But they were outnumbered and often outmaneuvered by Voldemort's superior organization. Voldemort's response to the Order was typically brutal. He made examples of captured members, torturing them publicly before killing them. Their families became targets. The message was clear. Opposing Lord Voldemort carried a price not just for yourself, but for everyone you loved. Many potential resistors were cowed into neutrality by this threat. As the 1970s progressed, Voldemort's power seemed unstoppable. He had transformed from a whispered threat to an open terror. The name Lord Voldemort was spoken in hushed tones, if at all. Most referred to him as you-know-who or he who must not be named. This fear of even speaking his name was a testament to the psychological dominance he had achieved. His inner circle of Death Eaters had evolved into a dark aristocracy. Bellatrix Lestrange, née Black, had become his most devoted follower, her sadism and magical skill making her his preferred enforcer. Lucius Malfoy provided political influence and financial resources. The Caro siblings brought brutal efficiency to terror operations. Each had been marked, bound to their master by magic and shared darkness. But perhaps Voldemort's greatest achievement was in normalizing the unthinkable. Concepts that would have been abhorrent to wizarding society a decade earlier, blood purity requirements, registration of muggle-borns, restrictions on creature rights, began to seem reasonable to a population exhausted by violence. The moderate middle ground eroded as people were forced to choose sides or risk being crushed between them. By 1979, Lord Voldemort stood at the pinnacle of his power. He commanded an army of followers ranging from elite pureblood wizards to savage giants. He had infiltrated every level of government and society. His magical abilities had grown to legendary proportions. The wizarding world trembled at his name, and it seemed only a matter of time before he achieved complete victory. Yet at this moment of apparent triumph, the seeds of his downfall were already being sown. His inability to understand love, his dismissal of powers beyond raw magical strength, his arrogance born of split soul and shattered humanity, these would prove to be the cracks in his seemingly invincible armor. But in 1979, as he stood on the verge of total dominion, Lord Voldemort believed himself truly invincible. The boy from the orphanage had become the most feared dark wizard in history. The transformation was complete, or so he thought. In truth, one more transformation awaited, one that would strip away his body and reduce him to less than the meanest ghost. But that fall was still to come. For now, Lord Voldemort reigned supreme. A dark lord risen to heights that even his childhood dreams of power had not envisioned. The wizarding world held its breath, caught between hope and despair, resistance and submission. The Dark Lord had risen, and all waited to see if anything could stand against his terrible power. In hidden safe houses, members of the Order of the Phoenix plotted desperate strategies. In the ministry, officials wondered if accommodation might be better than destruction. In homes across Britain, parents held their children close and wondered what kind of world they would inherit. Lord Voldemort surveyed his domain with satisfaction, tinged by the eternal hunger that drove him. He had power beyond measure, followers who worshipped him, enemies who cowered at his name, yet still it was not enough. There were still those who resisted, still those who refused to acknowledge his supremacy. And somewhere, if the whispered prophecies were true, a child might be born who could challenge him. But prophecies were uncertain things, and Voldemort trusted more in power than in fate. He would continue his rise, crush all resistance, remake the wizarding world in his image. Death itself had bowed before him. What mere mortal could stand against Lord Voldemort? The answer to that question would come sooner than he imagined, in the form of a love he couldn't understand and a sacrifice he couldn't foresee. But in his moment of dark glory, Voldemort knew only his own power, his own will, his own inexorable rise to domination absolute. The summer of 1970 began with what the wizarding newspapers called the Night of Sorrows. In coordinated attacks across Britain, Death Eaters struck at 13 different locations simultaneously, homes of prominent Muggle-born wizards, ministry safe houses, and businesses that served the integrated magical community. The dark mark glowed green above each site, a declaration that the war had truly begun. Lord Voldemort himself appeared at 3 of these attacks, demonstrating power that left survivors babbling about green light that killed without leaving a mark. about a figure that seemed more serpent than man, about magic that defied everything they thought they knew. His presence turned what might have been mere raids into massacres that shocked even a wizarding world growing accustomed to violence. The Ministry's response was immediate but ineffective. Emergency sessions of the Wizengamot passed increasingly draconian laws. Curfews were imposed, gatherings of more than 5 wizards required permits, auras were granted expanded powers of arrest and interrogation, but these measures only served to further divide the population. Pureblood families complained of harassment, while Muggleborns felt the protections were insufficient. Bartemius Crouch Sr. emerged as the Ministry's iron fist against Voldemort. As head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, he pushed through policies that would have been unthinkable in peacetime. The use of unforgivable curses was authorized for auras. Suspects could be held indefinitely without trial. The presumption of innocence gave way to presumption of guilt for anyone associated with known Death Eaters. These harsh measures had mixed results. Some Death Eaters were captured and sent to Azkaban, but for every one imprisoned, 2 more seemed to take their place. The violence escalated on both sides. Auras freed from legal constraints sometimes struck at innocent families based on flimsy intelligence. These mistakes drove more wizards into Voldemort's camp, viewing him as a defender against Ministry oppression. The war's impact on daily life was profound. Diagon Alley, once a bustling marketplace, became a street of shuttered shops and suspicious glances. The night bus ran irregularly, its drivers fearful of ambush. Flu network connections were monitored by the Ministry. Private correspondence opened and read. The freedoms that Wizarding Britain had taken for granted evaporated in the face of omnipresent threat. Voldemort's strategy adapted to these new conditions brilliantly. He used the Ministry's harsh measures as recruiting tools, positioning himself as a champion of traditional wizarding values against governmental overreach. Pureblood families who had initially rejected his violent methods found themselves reconsidering as oral raids targeted anyone with Death Eater connections, however tenuous. The psychological warfare intensified. Death Eaters used the Imperious Curse not just for assassination or information gathering, but to create an atmosphere of total paranoia. A kindly grandmother might suddenly attack her family. A trusted colleague could betray years of friendship. No one could be certain who was acting of their own free will and who was a puppet dancing on Voldemort's strings. The Order of the Phoenix, operating from the shadows, provided the most effective resistance. Unlike the Ministry's blunt force approach, they used intelligence and precision. They identified Death Eaters through careful investigation rather than suspicion. They protected potential victims by relocating them rather than by filling the streets with auras. Most importantly, they maintained moral standards that the official forces had abandoned. Albus Dumbledore's leadership of the Order was crucial. His reputation and power made him the only wizard Voldemort truly feared, and this fear extended a degree of protection to those associated with him. Dumbledore refused to use dark magic against dark magic, insisting that maintaining their humanity was as important as achieving victory. This principle frustrated some Order members, but prevented them from becoming mirrors of their enemies. The war created unlikely heroes and unexpected villains. Mundungus Fletcher, a petty criminal, became valuable to the Order for his knowledge of the underworld where Death Eaters recruited. Meanwhile, respected Ministry official Augustus Rookwood was revealed as a Death Eater spy, having passed intelligence to Voldemort for years. Trust became a luxury few could afford. Voldemort's inner circle during this period reached its zenith of power and depravity. Bellatrix Lestrange led raids that became legendary for their sadism. She didn't merely kill, she tortured victims into insanity, leaving them alive as warnings to others. Her husband Rodolphus and brother-in-law Rabastan followed her lead, the three of them becoming Voldemort's most feared lieutenants. Lucius Malfoy operated at the other end of the spectrum, using wealth and influence rather than overt violence. He funded Death Eater operations, bribed ministry officials, and maintained a veneer of respectability that allowed him to move in circles other Death Eaters couldn't access. His imperious curse defense was already prepared, ready for use if the tide turned against them. The war's brutality reached new depths, with Voldemort's use of inferi, animated corpses of his victims turned into mindless soldiers. The psychological impact of seeing dead loved ones transformed into enemies was devastating. Entire families were found dead, killed by the reanimated corpses of their own relations. Even hardened auras struggled to fight enemies wearing the faces of people they had known. By 1978, the war had settled into a grinding stalemate. Voldemort controlled significant territory and commanded fearsome forces, but couldn't quite achieve total victory. The Ministry maintained official control, but exercised it through increasingly totalitarian means. The Order of the Phoenix kept hope alive, but couldn't turn the tide. Wizarding Britain bled from 1,000 cuts, its society fracturing under the strain. It was in this context that the prophecy about Voldemort's downfall was made. Sybil Trelawney, applying for the divination position at Hogwarts, fell into a genuine trance and spoke words that would change everything. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches, born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies. Severus Snape, eavesdropping on the interview, heard only part of the prophecy before being discovered and ejected. He immediately reported what he had heard to his master. Voldemort's reaction was predictable. Any threat, however remote, must be eliminated. He began researching children who fit the prophecy's criteria, determined to murder them before they could grow into threats. 2 families emerged as primary candidates, the Potters and the Longbottoms. Both couples were Order members who had escaped Voldemort 3 times. Both had children born at the end of July. Voldemort's choice to target Harry Potter over Neville Longbottom would prove fateful, though he didn't know it at the time. Perhaps he saw himself in the half-blood Harry, rather than the pure-blood Neville. Perhaps it was mere chance. Whatever the reason, the Potters became marked for death. The war entered its deadliest phase as both sides grew desperate. The McKinnons were wiped out entirely. Parents, children, even distant relations hunted down and killed. The Pruitt brothers died fighting 5 Death Eaters, taking 3 with them in a last stand that became legendary. Edgar Bones and his family were murdered in their beds. Each atrocity was answered with harsher ministry measures, which provoked more violence in turn. Voldemort seemed energized by the escalating bloodshed. He appeared more frequently, leaving devastation in his wake. His magical experiments grew bolder. Rumors spoke of him attempting to possess others' bodies, of rituals involving hundreds of sacrifices, of searches for artifacts of power beyond even the Founder's relics. His Death Eaters whispered that their master was approaching godhood, transcending the last limitations of mortality. The Order's situation grew increasingly desperate. They were outnumbered, outgunned, and losing members faster than they could recruit. Safe houses were compromised, leading to devastating ambushes. The Fidelius charm became standard protection for Order members' homes. But even this powerful magic required absolute trust in the Secret Keeper, trust that was in short supply. As 1980 dawned, the wizarding world teetered on the edge of complete collapse. The economy was in ruins, with businesses afraid to operate openly. Hogwarts attendance dropped as parents kept children home or sent them abroad. The ministry maintained control in name only, with entire departments infiltrated by Death Eaters or paralyzed by fear. International wizarding communities watched in horror but offered little help. The International Confederation of Wizards issued strongly worded statements condemning the violence but took no concrete action. Other countries strengthened their borders, afraid the conflict might spread. Britain's magical community found itself isolated, fighting a civil war that seemed to have no end. Voldemort's victory seemed inevitable. He commanded superior forces, had infiltrated the government and faced opposition that grew weaker by the day. His power had reached heights that made him seem invincible. Death Eaters spoke openly of the new order that would follow their complete victory. A world where purebloods ruled absolutely, where muggles were enslaved, where Lord Voldemort reigned eternal. Yet at this moment of apparent triumph, cracks appeared in Voldemort's forces. The constant violence had taken its toll even on his followers. Some Death Eaters, sickened by atrocities they'd committed or witnessed, began to have doubts. Others worried about their own family's safety in a world where Voldemort's paranoia made everyone expendable. The seeds of betrayal were planted in soil fertilized by fear and watered with blood. Peter Pettigrew's defection to the Death Eaters exemplified this rot. A member of the Order, trusted friend to the Potters, he turned coat not from ideological conversion, but from simple cowardice. He believed Voldemort would win and wanted to be on the winning side. His betrayal would prove pivotal, but in 1980 he was just one of many who switched sides as the war's outcome seemed predetermined. The birth of Harry Potter on July 31, 1980 might have passed unnoticed but for the prophecy. To most, he was just another baby born in wartime, his parents forced into hiding like so many others. But to Voldemort, armed with Snape's incomplete intelligence, Harry represented a threat that had to be eliminated. The Dark Lord who had split his soul 7 times, who commanded armies and wielded magic beyond comprehension, became obsessed with killing an infant. This obsession revealed the fundamental flaw in Voldemort's nature, his inability to understand love, to comprehend that a mother might die to save her child, not from calculation but from instinct, would prove his undoing. He saw the prophecy as a problem to be solved through force, never considering that in attacking the child, he might create the very enemy it foretold. As 1981 progressed, the war reached fever pitch. Both sides knew the current situation was unsustainable. Either Voldemort would achieve total victory, or something would break his power. The Order redoubled their efforts to protect the Potters and Longbottoms. Voldemort grew increasingly frustrated by his inability to locate his targets, his rage manifesting in ever more brutal attacks. The wizarding world held its breath, exhausted by war but unable to see how it might end. In hidden safe houses and secret meetings, in ministry corridors and Death Eater gatherings, everyone waited for the decisive moment that seemed both inevitable and impossible. The First Wizarding War had consumed everything it touched, leaving a society scarred and broken, united only in its desperate desire for the violence to end. None could have predicted that the war's conclusion would come not through military might or political maneuvering, but through a mother's love and an ancient magic that Lord Voldemort, for all his power and knowledge, had never bothered to understand. The greatest dark wizard of the age would fall to the power he had dismissed as weakness, undone by the very humanity he had sacrificed in his quest for immortality. But that fall was still to come. In the autumn of 1981, Lord Voldemort stood at the pinnacle of his power, master of a terrorist army feared beyond the speaking of his name, seemingly invincible. The first wizarding war was his to win. All he needed to do was kill one baby. How hard could that be? October 31, 1981, began like any other day in the hidden cottage at Godric's Hollow. The Fidelius charm cast a veil of secrecy over the Potter home, making it unplottable and unfindable to all but their secret keeper. James and Lily Potter had spent over a year in hiding, their world shrunk to the confines of their home and garden, but they had made the best of it for their young son. Harry, now 15 months old, toddled around the cottage with increasing confidence, his messy black hair already showing the unruliness he'd inherited from his father. That morning, Lily had tried once again to tame it, laughing as it sprang back into its chaotic state the moment her wand lowered. James had zoomed around on his broomstick in the garden, Harry shrieking with delight from his father's arms, while Lily watched from the doorway with that mixture of exasperation and love that defined their little family. They had adapted to life in hiding better than many would have. James, always restless, had initially struggled with the confinement, but Harry's presence had given him focus. He spent hours inventing games, transfiguring household objects into toys, teaching his son about Quidditch using enchanted figurines that zoomed around their makeshift pitch. Lily maintained connections with the outside world through carefully worded letters, continuing her research into protective charms and contributing to the Order's efforts from afar. The cottage itself had become a sanctuary filled with love and laughter despite the dark times. Photos covered every surface: their wedding, Harry's first steps, moments of joy snatched from the shadow of war. The wireless played quietly in the background, tuned to Potter Watch, the underground resistance program that kept them informed of the war's progress. Today's broadcast had been relatively positive. No major attacks in the past week, rumors that some Death Eaters were defecting. As evening approached, they followed their Halloween tradition, modest as it was. Lily had carved a pumpkin with Harry, using her wand to make it flash different colors while he giggled and clapped. James performed increasingly elaborate transfigurations, turning autumn leaves into tiny bats that fluttered around Harry's high chair. They were determined that their son's childhood, however confined, would contain wonder and joy. Neither of them knew that their secret keeper, Peter Pettigrew, had already betrayed them. The man they'd trusted with their lives, who James had called brother, who had been part of their inner circle since their Hogwarts days, had knelt before Lord Voldemort a week earlier and revealed their location. His motivations were pathetically simple: fear of death, desire to be on the winning side, resentment at always being the least of the marauders. In betraying the Potters, he thought he was ensuring his own survival. He couldn't have been more wrong about what survival would mean in Voldemort's service. As darkness fell over Godric's Hollow, Lord Voldemort prepared for what he considered a trivial task. In his arrogance, he chose to go alone. Why would he need assistance to kill a baby? The Potters were talented, yes, but they were barely out of school, and he was Lord Voldemort, master of magic beyond their comprehension. He had split his soul 7 times, conquered death itself. This would be a simple matter of eliminating a potential future threat. He apparated to the village as night fully claimed the sky. Godric's Hollow was quiet, its Muggle residents celebrating Halloween with costume parties and trick-or-treating, unaware that real darkness walked among them. Voldemort moved through the streets like a shadow, his black robe seeming to absorb light, his presence causing jack-o'-lanterns to flicker and die as he passed. The Fidelius charm meant nothing now that he knew the secret. The cottage materialized before him as he approached, cozy light spilling from its windows. Through the glass, he could see them, the young family enjoying their evening, oblivious to approaching death. For a moment, he observed them with the detached interest of a scientist studying insects. Love, family, the bonds that held ordinary people together, all weaknesses he had transcended. He could have attacked stealthily, but Lord Voldemort had never been one for subtlety when drama would serve. He blasted the front door off its hinges with casual violence, stepping through the wreckage with deliberate slowness. The sound shattered the peaceful evening, Harry's laughter turning to frightened cries. James Potter's reaction was instantaneous. "Lily, take Harry and go. It's him, go, run, I'll hold him off." Even as the words left his mouth, James knew they were futile. There was nowhere to run, no escape from the cottage that had become a trap. But he stood his ground anyway, wandless, his wand left carelessly on the sofa in the safety of their warded home. He faced the most dangerous dark wizard in history, with nothing but courage and the desperate need to buy his wife and child even seconds of time. Voldemort looked at James with something almost like pity. Here was a pure-blood wizard from an ancient family reduced to this, standing defenseless, sacrificing himself for a mudblood wife and half-blood child. It was everything wrong with the wizarding world. Everything his new order would correct. "Stand aside," Voldemort said, his high, cold voice carrying a note of boredom. "You need not die. It is the boy I want." "Never," James said, raising his fists as if he could fight magic with mere physical force. "You'll have to kill me first." "As you wish," Voldemort replied, and spoke the words that had ended so many lives. Avada Kedavra. Green light filled the narrow hallway. James Potter crumpled like a marionette with cut strings. His hazel eyes, so like his son's would be, staring sightlessly at the ceiling he had charmed to show constellations for Harry's bedtime. His death was instant, painless, and utterly pointless in Voldemort's calculation. A waste of pure blood, but a necessary one. Upstairs, Lily had barricaded herself in Harry's nursery, her mind racing through options that didn't exist. The window was too small, the drop too far with a baby in her arms. Her wand was in her hand, but she knew, with desperate clarity, that she was no match for Lord Voldemort. All her research into protective magic, all her skill with charms, meant nothing against the killing curse. She heard James fall, heard the terrible silence that followed, and knew her husband was dead. Grief threatened to overwhelm her, but Harry's terrified crying kept her focused. She clutched him close, backing against his crib as footsteps climbed the stairs with deliberate slowness. Voldemort was in no hurry. He had all the time in the world. The nursery door exploded inward. Lord Voldemort stood in the doorway, and Lily got her first clear look at what Tom Riddle had become. The handsome boy from old photographs was gone, replaced by something barely human, skin white as bone, nose flat with slits for nostrils, eyes that glowed red in the darkness. This was what came of splitting one's soul, the outer form reflecting the inner monstrosity. "Stand aside, girl," Voldemort commanded, one trained not on her but on Harry. "You need not share your husband's fate. Stand aside and you may live." The offer was genuine, born not from mercy, but from a promise made to Severus Snape. The Death Eater had begged for Lily's life, and Voldemort, amused by his servant's weakness, had agreed to spare her if possible. It cost him nothing to offer. Lily's response was to hold Harry tighter, shielding him with her body. "Not Harry, please, not Harry." "Stand aside, you silly girl. Stand aside now." Not Harry, please, no, take me, kill me instead. This is my last warning. Not Harry, please. Have mercy, have mercy. Not Harry, not Harry, please. I'll do anything. Stand aside, girl. But Lily would not stand aside. She faced down the darkest wizard of the age without flinching, her love for her son burning brighter than any magic. In that moment, she was more powerful than Voldemort could comprehend, wielding a force he had rejected and could never understand. Voldemort's patience, never extensive, evaporated. The prophecy child was right there, crying in his mother's arms. One curse would remove the obstacle, another would eliminate the threat. Simple, clean, efficient. Avada Kedavra. Lily Potter fell, her body shielding Harry to the last. Her green eyes, which her son had inherited, lost their light. But in dying, in choosing to die rather than step aside, she invoked magic older and deeper than anything in Voldemort's arsenal. Her willing sacrifice, her love given form through death, settled over Harry like an invisible armor. Voldemort stepped over her body with no more concern than if she'd been a fallen tree branch. The baby was crying, reaching for his mother, not understanding that she would never answer. Voldemort pointed his wand at the child's forehead, where a tuft of black hair stuck up stubbornly. For a moment he hesitated, not from mercy or doubt, but from a strange sensation. The air in the nursery seemed thick, charged with magic he didn't recognize. The wooden animals on the mobile above the crib spun faster, though there was no wind. The very walls seemed to pulse with some protective force. But Lord Voldemort had never known fear of the unknown. He was master of death, splitter of souls, commander of dark forces. Whatever ancient magic lingered here was no match for his power. Avada Kedavra. The green light shot from his wand toward the crying child. In that fraction of a second, Voldemort expected to see another life extinguished, another threat eliminated, another victory achieved. Instead, the impossible happened. The curse struck Harry's forehead and rebounded. Lily's sacrifice, her love made manifest through willing death, had created a protection that turned Voldemort's own weapon against him. The killing curse, which had never before failed, which could not be blocked or deflected, bounced back upon its caster with devastating force. Voldemort had a moment of incomprehension, an instant of denial that this could be happening. Then the curse struck him, and his body was destroyed. But the Horcruxes he had created, the anchors he had forged through murder and dark magic, prevented him from truly dying. Instead, his soul, what remained of it, was ripped from his physical form. The magical backlash devastated the nursery. The walls cracked, the ceiling partially collapsed. In his crib, Harry Potter sat crying. A lightning bolt cut fresh and bleeding on his forehead where the curse had struck, but he was alive. Impossibly, miraculously alive. What remained of Voldemort was less than ghost, less than the meanest spirit. His mutilated soul, held to the earthly plane by his Horcruxes, but bodiless and powerless, fled the scene of his defeat. In agony beyond physical pain, he dispersed into the night, seeking darkness in which to hide, to survive, to somehow endure this impossible reversal. Behind him, the cottage stood partially ruined, testament to the violence that had occurred within. James Potter lay dead in the hallway, Lily Potter in the nursery, both having died for love of their son. And Harry Potter, the boy who lived, sat in his broken crib, crying for parents who would never comfort him again, marked by destiny and sacrifice with a scar that would make him famous throughout the wizarding world. The prophecy had been fulfilled, but not as anyone had expected. The one with power to vanquish the Dark Lord had done so not through strength or skill, but through his mother's love. Voldemort, in trying to prevent the prophecy, had created his own downfall. His inability to understand love, to comprehend sacrifice, had been his undoing. As the clock struck midnight, ending Halloween and beginning All Saints' Day, the wizarding world still cowered in fear, unaware that their darkest nightmare had ended. Death Eaters continued their revels, not knowing their master had fallen. The Order of the Phoenix maintained their desperate watch, not realizing the war was over. But in Godric's Hollow, in a partially destroyed cottage, the impossible had happened. Lord Voldemort, who had split his soul to achieve immortality, who had terrorized the wizarding world for over a decade, who had seemed invincible in his power, had been defeated by a baby. The first wizarding war was over, ended not with a bang, but with a mother's whisper, "Not Harry." Those two words, backed by willing sacrifice and love beyond measure, had accomplished what all the auras and all the magic in Britain had failed to do. They had stopped Lord Voldemort. But while his body was destroyed and his power broken, Voldemort was not truly dead. Somewhere in the darkness, a fragment of soul writhed in agony, held to existence by the Horcruxes he had created. He would endure years of bodiless torment, less than human, less than ghost, but still terrifyingly alive. The boy he had marked as his equal would grow up famous for surviving. The wizarding world would celebrate, while forgetting the true hero of that Halloween night, Lily Potter, who had died as she lived, with love as her greatest magic. Her sacrifice would protect her son for years to come, a mother's final gift that would prove more powerful than all of Voldemort's dark arts. In the ruins of the Potter cottage, as November 1st dawned grey and cold, a new chapter in the wizarding world began. The chapter of the boy who lived, the chapter of Voldemort's exile, the chapter of a war's end that was really just an intermission before the final act. But for now, in this moment, Lord Voldemort was gone, and a baby with a lightning scar was the most famous wizard in Britain. The world would never be the same. The thing that had once been Lord Voldemort fled through the darkness, a consciousness without form, a will without means to act upon the world. The destruction of his body had torn his already mutilated soul from its physical housing, leaving him in a state of existence that defied description. He was less than ghost, for ghosts at least maintained their human shape and memories intact. He was less than spirit, for spirits had some measure of peace. He was agony given awareness, hatred without hands to strike, ambition without ability to achieve. In those first moments after his body's destruction, Voldemort experienced something he had never felt before in his adult life: complete helplessness. The killing curse's reflection had done more than destroy his physical form. It had severed his connections to his followers, shattered his magical focus, and left him dispersed like smoke in a hurricane. He tried to scream but had no voice. He tried to return to the cottage but had no control over his movement. He was at the mercy of forces beyond his command, blown by metaphysical winds he couldn't comprehend. The fragments of his consciousness eventually coalesced enough for rudimentary thought. His first coherent realization was that he had survived if this agonizing existence could be called survival. The Horcruxes had worked, despite the destruction of his body, despite pain beyond anything he had imagined possible. He endured. Death had not claimed him. He had proven that his methods, however dark, however costly, were effective. But what good was immortality in this state? He could perceive the world dimly, like looking through murky water, but he couldn't affect it. He sensed the passage of time, the movement of living things, the flow of magic, but all of it was beyond his reach. He was observer trapped outside reality's window, beating helplessly against glass he couldn't break. Instinct, or perhaps the twisted magical laws governing his unnatural state, drew him away from Britain. The sight of his defeat repelled him like opposing magnetic poles. He found himself drifting eastward, his consciousness pulled by invisible currents toward places of old magic and minimal human presence. The journey, if it could be called that, took months. Time meant little in his bodiless state. Moments stretched like years while seasons passed in blinks. He eventually came to rest in the forests of Albania, the same dark woods where he had hidden one of his Horcruxes years before. There was something about the place that could sustain him, if sustenance was the right word for what kept his mutilated soul coherent. The trees here were ancient, steeped in magic so old it predated human memory. Dark things had happened beneath their branches over the centuries, leaving psychic impressions that resonated with his own darkness. In the depths of the forest, far from any human settlement, Voldemort learned the limitations of his existence. He could not use magic in any traditional sense, without a wand, without hands to gesture or voice to speak incantations. He was cut off from the powers that had defined him. He couldn't communicate with any clarity. His attempts to reach out to passing creatures resulted only in feelings of dread that sent them fleeing. He couldn't even maintain a consistent form, existing as a writhing shadow that barely held together against the constant pull toward true death. But Lord Voldemort had not survived this long, had not split his soul 7 times to accept defeat. Slowly, agonizingly, he began to adapt to his new existence. He discovered he could, with tremendous effort, possess small animals, mice, snakes, birds. The possession was imperfect and temporary. His presence burned through his hosts like acid, killing them within days or sometimes hours. But for those brief periods he had physical form again, could see through eyes and feel through flesh. The first time he successfully possessed a snake, Voldemort wept, or would have if snakes could produce tears. The sensation of having a body again, however alien, however temporary, was overwhelming. He could move, could hunt, could exist in the physical world. The snake's brain was too primitive to resist him, too simple to be immediately destroyed by his presence. He stretched the possession out for nearly a week before the creature died, its nervous system burned out by the foreign consciousness it had hosted. Through these possessions, Voldemort slowly learned about the world he had left behind. He caught fragments of human thought from the minds of travelers who occasionally passed through the forest. The wizarding world believed him dead. Harry Potter, the infant who had somehow destroyed him, was famous as the boy who lived. His Death Eaters had been killed, captured, or had claimed to be under the Imperius curse. His name had already begun the transformation from proper noun to curse, something spoken in whispers, if at all. The rage he felt at these discoveries was cosmic in scope, but pathetically limited in expression. He raged in his bodiless state, a tempest of fury that affected nothing but his own consciousness. He possessed creature after creature, driving them to attack anything nearby in fits of transferred rage. But what good did it do to kill a few forest animals? He needed human hosts, wizard hosts, but they were rare in these deep woods, and their minds were too complex, too resistant to his crude possession attempts. Years passed in this state of existence. Voldemort lost track of time, or perhaps time lost meaning when every moment was agony and every day brought no change. He survived on willpower alone, on hatred that burned without consuming, on the absolute refusal to accept that this was his end. Somewhere his Horcruxes waited. Somewhere followers who truly believed in his cause might search for him. Somewhere, somehow, there had to be a way back to power. He experimented constantly with the limits of his condition. Through possessing various creatures, he mapped the forest and beyond. He learned to extend his possession time by switching between hosts before the previous one died, though this required finding new vassals quickly. He discovered that magical creatures lasted longer than mundane ones, their inherent magic providing more resilience against his destructive presence. It was through possessing a young unicorn, an act of desecration that would have horrified any sane wizard, that Voldemort made a crucial discovery. The unicorn's blood, consumed while he possessed it, seemed to strengthen his grip on physical existence. The creature still died, but more slowly, and Voldemort felt something like vigor flow through him. Here was a temporary solution, a way to maintain possession longer, though the curse of unicorn blood killing came with its own price, a half-life, a cursed existence. But what did that matter to one already cursed? This discovery led to a horrific period where Voldemort hunted unicorns through the Albanian forests, possessing predators to bring them down, then possessing the dying unicorns to drink their blood from within. Each time brought him strength, but also deepened his separation from anything resembling humanity. He was becoming something new, something that had never existed before. A consciousness sustained by possession and curse, neither alive nor dead. The local magical authorities eventually noticed the unicorn deaths and increased patrols, forcing Voldemort to become more cautious. He couldn't risk discovery in his weakened state. He retreated deeper into the forest, into places where even magical law enforcement feared to tread. Here, in the absolute wilderness, he continued his existence, planning, waiting, enduring. His mental state during these years fluctuated between crystalline clarity and something approaching madness. The isolation, the constant pain, the frustration of near powerlessness, all of it wore at even his iron will. He would spend days possessed by paranoid fantasies that his Death Eaters were hunting him to finish what Harry Potter had started. Then he would have moments of brilliant strategic planning, working out exactly how he would return to power when the opportunity arose. He never doubted that opportunity would come. This was, perhaps, his greatest strength and greatest delusion. Lesser beings would have given up, would have let go of their grip on existence and passed into whatever awaited beyond death. But Voldemort's fear of death, his absolute rejection of mortality, gave him the strength to endure conditions that would have destroyed anyone else. He would wait forever if necessary. He had made himself immortal, and immortals had all the time in the world. As the 1980s became the 1990s, changes in the wider wizarding world filtered even into Voldemort's forest exile. The children who had been born during his reign of terror were growing up. Harry Potter was somewhere out there, bearing the scar Voldemort had given him, living the life that should have ended in that nursery. No new ministers came and went, new policies were enacted, the wizarding world slowly healed from the wounds of war. And in the Albanian forests, a shadow waited, neither living nor dead, biding its time. The monotony of his existence was occasionally broken by encounters with humans. Sometimes they were muggles, hikers or researchers who had wandered too far from civilization. Voldemort would attempt possession, but muggle minds were surprisingly resistant, perhaps because they had no framework for understanding what was attacking them. They would flee in terror, later telling stories of haunted forests that kept others away. More interesting were the occasional dark wizards who came seeking forbidden knowledge or hiding from authorities. Some came specifically looking for signs of Voldemort, believing rumors that the Dark Lord had survived. These seekers Voldemort watched with particular interest, though he rarely revealed himself. Most were unworthy, weak, cowardly, or insane, but he filed away knowledge of their existence. When he returned to power, he would remember who had faith enough to search for him. One such seeker came closer than any other to finding him. Quirinus Quirrell, during his year-long sabbatical from Hogwarts, ventured into the Albanian forests, following rumors and ancient texts. He was different from the other seekers, educated, methodical, and possessed of a peculiar combination of ambition and weakness that made him ideal for Voldemort's purposes. When Quirrell finally stumbled into Voldemort's domain, the Dark Lord was ready. The possession of Quirrell was different from anything Voldemort had attempted before. Here was a willing vessel, a wizard who actively sought him out, who offered himself in exchange for knowledge and power. It still wasn't easy. Human possession remained agonizing for both parties, but Quirrell's magical training and mental preparation allowed for a more stable union than Voldemort had achieved with any creature. For the first time in a decade, Lord Voldemort could speak with a human voice, could cast spells with a wand, could interact with the wizarding world. The feeling was intoxicating, even filtered through the constant pain of maintaining the possession and the necessity of sharing space with Quirrell's sniveling personality. But it was also frustrating, for he was still not truly back. He was a parasite, dependent on a weak host, unable to fully manifest his power. But it was a beginning. After years of exile, years of existing as nothing more than shadow and hate, Lord Voldemort had found a way back into the world. The path to full restoration would be long and difficult, but he had taken the first step. And as Quirrell prepared to return to Hogwarts, carrying his terrible passenger, Voldemort allowed himself to feel something he hadn't experienced since that Halloween night. Hope. The years of exile had changed him. The elegant, charismatic Tom Riddle was gone beyond recovery. The powerful Lord Voldemort of the 1970s was a memory. What remained was something harder, hungrier, and more inhuman than ever. He had survived experiences that should have destroyed any consciousness, had endured pain beyond description, had clung to existence through will alone. He was no longer just a dark wizard seeking power. He had become something new, a force of pure will, a rejection of death, so absolute that reality itself would have to bend to accommodate it. As Quirrell carried him back toward Britain, back toward Hogwarts where Harry Potter was now a student, Voldemort contemplated his return. He would need to be careful, patient. His enemies believed him dead, which was an advantage. His followers were scattered, but they could be gathered again. His Horcruxes remained hidden, his immortality intact, despite everything. He had lost a battle, suffered terribly, but the war was far from over. In the depths of Quirrell's turban, a face that was no longer quite human smiled, a smile that was no longer quite sane. Lord Voldemort was returning, and this time, he would not underestimate the power of love or the danger of prophecies. This time, he would be ready. The exile was ending. The Dark Lord would rise again. The journey back to Britain marked a peculiar form of rebirth for Lord Voldemort. Confined within Quirinus Quirrell's body, forced to rely on his weak host for everything, the once mighty Dark Lord experienced a humiliation that would have broken a lesser being. But Voldemort had endured a decade of bodiless agony. Sharing space with a mediocre wizard was paradise by comparison. Quirrell proved to be both useful and frustrating in equal measure. The man's knowledge of Hogwarts' current state was invaluable. Staff changes, security measures, and most importantly, the presence of Harry Potter. But his personality was everything Voldemort despised. Nervous, eager to please, lacking the ruthlessness necessary for true power. Still, these very weaknesses made him easier to control. A stronger wizard might have resisted the possession, might have fought for dominance. Quirrell simply surrendered, grateful for the power and knowledge his master provided. The physical toll of the possession was severe for both of them. Quirrell's body began deteriorating almost immediately, though slowly enough to be manageable. Voldemort discovered that unicorn blood could sustain them both, though procuring it required careful planning. They hunted in the Forbidden Forest during Quirrell's supposed research trips, the defense professor returning to the castle weakened but renewed. Voldemort's first view of Hogwarts in over a decade stirred complex emotions. The castle stood unchanged, its ancient stones holding memories of his transformation from Tom Riddle to Lord Voldemort. But now he returned diminished, hidden, dependent on subterfuge rather than strength. The boy who had once walked these halls as head boy, who had commanded respect and fear, was now reduced to a parasite hiding beneath a turban. The irony of returning as a defense against the dark arts teacher was not lost on him. His curse on the position ensured Quirrell would last only a year, but that would be enough. He needed time to assess the situation, to understand how the wizarding world had changed, and most importantly, to study Harry Potter. His first glimpse of the boy who had destroyed him came during the welcoming feast. Harry Potter sat at the Gryffindor table, small for his age, with messy black hair and his mother's green eyes visible even from the staff table. The lightning bolt scar stood out pale against his forehead. Voldemort's failed killing curse transformed into the boy's identifying feature. What struck Voldemort most was how ordinary the child seemed. This was the one destined to be his equal? This scrawny boy who gaped at the enchanted ceiling like any muggle-born? Voldemort felt a mixture of rage and disbelief. How had this child survived the killing curse? What power did he possess that Voldemort had overlooked? Through Quirrell's eyes, Voldemort observed Harry throughout those first weeks. The boy showed no exceptional magical talent, no hidden powers. He struggled with lessons like any average student, made friends with a Weasley and a Muggle-born girl, got into typical childhood troubles. If not for the scar and the history between them, Harry Potter would have been entirely unremarkable. This ordinariness enraged Voldemort more than any display of power could have. To be defeated by someone special, someone extraordinary, that could be borne, but to be brought low by a mediocre child, protected by his mother's sacrifice, it was intolerable. The very sight of Harry laughing with his friends, playing Quidditch, living the carefree life that should have ended in infancy, burned Voldemort with hatred that threatened to overwhelm Quirrell's nervous system. But Voldemort had learned patience during his years of exile. He controlled his rage, channeled it into planning. The Philosopher's Stone, hidden within Hogwarts, presented an opportunity too valuable to ignore. With the elixir of life, he could create a new body, return to full power without relying on possession or temporary measures. Nicolaus Flamel's creation could restore him completely. The protections around the stone proved both impressive and insultingly simple. Voldemort guided Quirrell through each challenge, sneering at defenses that would stop ordinary wizards but posed little challenge to one of his knowledge. Fluffy, Hagrid's three-headed dog, could be lulled to sleep with music. The Devil's Snare, the Flying Keys, the chess set, all clever but ultimately predictable. It was during these infiltrations that Voldemort noticed Harry's growing suspicion of Quirrell. The boy had inherited his mother's intelligence, along with her eyes, it seemed. But suspicion was far from proof, and Quirrell maintained his nervous professor act perfectly in public. Who would believe that the stuttering, frightened defense teacher carried the Dark Lord himself? The failed attempt to throw Harry from his broomstick during the Quidditch match had been born of pure frustration. Watching the boy soar through the air, celebrated and adored, while Voldemort existed as a hidden parasite, proved too much. The attack was clumsy, driven by emotion rather than strategy. Everything Voldemort normally despised. Its failure, thwarted by Snape's counter-curse, only deepened his humiliation. Severus Snape presented a particular problem. The potions master watched Quirrell with suspicion that went beyond normal Slytherin paranoia. Voldemort knew Snape had loved Lily Potter, had turned spy for Dumbledore, but the depth of that devotion surprised him. The man who had once been his faithful Death Eater now protected Lily's son with determination that bordered on obsession. As the school year progressed, Voldemort's plans crystallized. The stone remained frustratingly out of reach, protected by Dumbledore's final enchantment, the Mirror of Erised. Quirrell could reach the mirror, but couldn't retrieve the stone from it. The magic was elegant in its simplicity. Only one who wanted the stone, but not its power, could obtain it. It was precisely the sort of selfless desire that Voldemort could never truly comprehend or replicate. The solution, when it came, was provided by Harry himself. The boy's heroic nature, his need to prevent what he saw as Snape stealing the stone, led him directly into Voldemort's trap. On that June night, as Harry and his friends navigated the protections meant to stop dark wizards, Voldemort waited in the final chamber with anticipation that bordered on ecstasy. When Harry entered the chamber alone, Voldemort savored the moment. Here was the child who had destroyed his body, standing before him defenseless. The temptation to reveal himself immediately, to see fear replace courage in those green eyes, was almost overwhelming. But he needed the boy to retrieve the stone first. The conversation through Quirrell was a delicate dance. Voldemort had to maintain the pretense while manipulating Harry into using the mirror. The boy's shock at discovering Quirrell, not Snape, as the enemy was satisfying, but it was nothing compared to the moment when Voldemort finally revealed himself. "See what I have become?" he whispered through the face protruding from the back of Quirrell's head. "Mere shadow and vapor. I have form only when I can share another's body. But there have always been those willing to let me into their hearts and minds." The revulsion and fear in Harry's eyes provided some small satisfaction, but the boy didn't cower, didn't beg. Like his parents, Harry Potter faced death with a courage that Voldemort found both admirable and infuriating. The child even lied about what he saw in the mirror, showing cunning that would have done credit to a Slytherin. When deception failed, Voldemort resorted to force. But the touch of Harry's skin burned Quirrell like acid. The protection Lily Potter had created with her sacrifice still held, turning Harry's very flesh into a weapon against the one who had murdered her. The pain was extraordinary. Not just physical, but metaphysical. Love manifesting as agony to one who had rejected all human connection. Quirrell died screaming, his body unable to withstand the conflicting forces tearing it apart. Voldemort, forced to abandon his host, found himself once again bodiless, fleeing a confrontation with Harry Potter. The Philosopher's Stone crumbled to dust, its possibility of restoration lost. Once again, the boy who lived had thwarted Lord Voldemort's return to power. But as he fled back to the forests of Albania, Voldemort felt no despair. This had been a setback, not a defeat. He had learned valuable lessons. Harry Potter was protected by magic Voldemort didn't fully understand, centered on sacrifice and love. Direct confrontation while possessing another was futile. He needed his own body, his own form to properly face his enemy. Saving? More importantly, he had confirmed that Harry knew nothing of the Horcruxes. The boy and Dumbledore might suspect he had taken steps to prevent death, but they didn't know the extent of his preparations. His soul anchors remained safe, his immortality intact. He could afford to be patient, to wait for the right opportunity. The year at Hogwarts had also shown him the wizarding world's complacency. They believed him gone forever, a threat from the past. This blindness could be exploited. His faithful Death Eaters remained in Azkaban or hiding, but they could be rallied when the time came. The infrastructure of fear he had built hadn't been entirely dismantled. As Voldemort resumed his wretched forest existence, he began planning anew. Quirrell had been too weak, the Philosopher's Stone too well protected. He needed a different approach, a more certain path to resurrection. The old magic that had created his Horcruxes might hold the answer. There were rituals, dark and terrible, that could restore a body to one who had moved beyond death. He would need ingredients: flesh of a servant, bone of his father, blood of his enemy. The last would be the most challenging, but also the most poetic. Harry Potter's blood, the very blood that carried his mother's protection, would be used to resurrect the one she had died to stop. The protection would become part of Voldemort himself, neutralizing the boy's greatest defense. But such a ritual required preparation, assistance, and above all, the right servant to perform it. Quirrell had been a tool of convenience. Next time, Voldemort would choose more carefully. He needed someone truly faithful, someone who had sought him out not from academic curiosity, but from genuine devotion to his cause. As he possessed rat after rat, snake after snake, surviving on instinct and hatred in the Albanian wilderness, Lord Voldemort planned his true return. The confrontation at Hogwarts had been merely a test, a probe of his enemy's defenses. When he rose again, it would be in his full power, with his Death Eaters at his side and the wizarding world unprepared for his resurrection. Harry Potter had won this round, but the war was far from over. The boy who lived would learn that defeating Lord Voldemort required more than courage and his mother's protection, and when they met again, Voldemort would be ready. The exile resumed, but now with renewed purpose. Somewhere out there, his faithful servants waited. One of them would find him, would help him return. And when that day came, the wizarding world would tremble once more at the name they dared not speak. Lord Voldemort would rise again. It was not a hope or a wish. It was uncertainty as fixed as the stars. Death had no hold on him, and temporary setbacks meant nothing to an immortal. The boy might have the protection of love, the support of Dumbledore, the fame of survival, but Voldemort had split his soul 7 times, had conquered death itself. In the end, that would prove to be enough. Or so he believed, alone in the darkness, planning resurrection with the patience of the damned. The forests of Albania had become as familiar to Voldemort as Hogwarts once was, each tree and shadow mapped through years of possessing creatures that called this wilderness home. By 1994, he had spent another 3 years in this diminished state after the failure at Hogwarts, surviving on animal possession and the occasional drafts of unicorn blood when he could manage it. His existence was agony, but agony had become so constant that he barely noticed it anymore. like a man grown so accustomed to pain that its absence would feel strange. It was on an unremarkable summer evening that everything changed. Voldemort, inhabiting a large snake he had possessed days earlier, sensed human presence in his domain. This itself wasn't unusual. Occasional hikers or dark wizards still passed through these woods. But this presence felt different. There was a desperation to it, a furtive quality that spoke of someone running rather than exploring. Through the snake's heat-sensitive vision, Voldemort saw him, a small, rat-like man stumbling through the underbrush, constantly looking over his shoulder, starting at every sound. The man muttered to himself as he walked, words that made Voldemort's consciousness sharpen with interest. Should have stayed hidden, but they were getting close. Black escaped, if he finds me, but the Dark Lord, if he survived. Albania, they always said Albania. Peter Pettigrew, Wormtail, the betrayer of the Potters, whose information had led Voldemort to Godric's Hollow. Here was a servant who had proven his dedication through the ultimate treachery, who had nowhere else to turn, who sought his master out of desperation rather than curiosity. Perfect. Voldemort followed Pettigrew for days, assessing, planning. The man was even more pathetic than he remembered. Years of living as a rat had left him twitchy, nervous, constantly gnawing on his fingernails. But pathetic men were often the most useful. They were grateful for any power, any protection, any purpose beyond their own inadequacy. When Voldemort finally revealed himself, it was calculated for maximum effect. He waited until Pettigrew had made camp for the night, exhausted and hopeless, ready to give up his search. Then he possessed a new snake, a large and venomous specimen, and slithered into the firelight. Peter Pettigrew, he hissed in parcel tongue, knowing the sound would terrify even if the words weren't understood. Pettigrew's reaction was everything Voldemort had hoped. The man fell to his knees, trembling, recognizing the unnatural quality of the snake's behavior. "My lord," he whispered, is it really you?" What followed was a negotiation between the desperate and the bodiless. Voldemort revealed enough of his condition to secure Pettigrew's aid without appearing too vulnerable. He spoke of temporary setbacks, of plans for resurrection, of rewards for faithful service. Pettigrew, faced with the alternative of capture by either the Ministry or Sirius Black, pledged himself anew to his master's service. The journey back to Britain was arduous. Voldemort could not maintain possession of any single creature for the entire trip, requiring Pettigrew to carry a series of animals for him to inhabit. The servant proved squeamish about the necessity of killing unicorns for their blood, but his fear of Voldemort overcame his weak conscience. They traveled by night, avoided wizarding settlements, and slowly made their way toward the place Voldemort had chosen for his resurrection. The Riddle House in Little Hangleton stood empty and abandoned, its reputation for being haunted keeping locals away. For Voldemort, returning to the place where he had murdered his father and grandparents held a certain poetic justice. The Muggle authorities had never solved the murders. The house had passed through various hands before being abandoned, and now it would serve as the birthplace of his new body. Pettigrew proved more useful than expected in preparing the hideout. His years of living as a rat had taught him to move unseen, to scavenge what was needed to avoid detection. He repaired parts of the house with magic, set protective wards, and created a suitable space for the ritual Voldemort had planned. But first, Voldemort needed a temporary body, something more substantial than possessed animals. The homunculus ritual was dark magic of the foulest kind, requiring unicorn blood, snake venom, and spells that would make even hardened dark wizards blanch. Pettigrew performed it under Voldemort's exacting instructions, his revulsion clear but his obedience absolute. The result was horrifying, a baby-like form, hairless and scaled, with red eyes and a flat nose, resembling a human fetus crossed with a snake. It could not survive without constant care, requiring regular feeding of unicorn blood and snake venom. But it was Voldemort's own body, rudimentary as it was, and from it he could work magic again, speak without possession, plan without the constant drain of maintaining control over another creature. "Now," Voldemort said in his high, cold voice, restored after 13 years of silence, "we begin the real work." The plan he outlined to Pettigrew was ambitious and complex. They would need 3 things: flesh willingly given from a servant, bone from his father, and blood forcibly taken from an enemy. The first 2 were easily obtainable, the third presented a challenge. Harry Potter was well protected at Hogwarts, and with his Muggle relatives, they needed a way to isolate him, to bring him to them without alerting Dumbledore. Fortune smiled upon them in the form of Bertha Jorkins, a ministry witch who had the misfortune of vacationing in Albania and encountering Pettigrew in a local inn. She recognized him despite the years, and Pettigrew, panicking, brought her to Voldemort. Under torture and legilimency, she revealed 2 crucial pieces of information. Barty Crouch Jr., a supposedly dead Death Eater, was alive and hidden at his father's home, and the Tri-Wizard tournament would be held at Hogwarts that year. Voldemort killed Jorkins after extracting all useful information, but her death was not in vain. Here was the perfect opportunity, an international competition that would bring visitors to Hogwarts, disrupting normal security. And in Barty Crouch Jr., he had the perfect servant to infiltrate the school. Unlike Quirrell, Crouch was a true believer, someone who had gone to Azkaban rather than renounce his master. Freeing Crouch from his father's imperious curse and recruiting him was straightforward. The young man's mind had been damaged by years of imprisonment and control, but his devotion to Voldemort remained absolute. His joy at learning his master survived was touching, if Voldemort had been capable of being touched by such emotions. The plan they crafted was elegant in its complexity. Crouch would impersonate Alistair Moody, the paranoid ex-Auror hired to teach defense against the dark arts. Using Polyjuice Potion and keeping the real Moody alive for questioning, Crouch would have access to Harry throughout the school year. He would ensure Harry entered the tournament, guide him through the tasks, and ultimately turn the Tri-Wizard Cup into a portkey that would deliver him directly to Voldemort. As Crouch departed to begin his impersonation, Voldemort settled into the Riddle House to wait. Patience, which had once come hard to him, was now second nature after years of exile. He had Pettigrew perform maintenance on his temporary body, studied the reports Crouch sent via untraceable methods, and planned for every contingency. The months passed slowly. Through Crouch's reports, Voldemort followed Harry's progress in the tournament with interest bordering on obsession. The boy showed resourcefulness and courage, qualities that would have been admirable in a servant. But more importantly, he showed a predictable heroic streak that made him easy to manipulate. Crouch ensured Harry received just enough help to survive each task, while maintaining the illusion of genuine competition. Voldemort also used this time to reach out cautiously to his former followers. Not directly, that would risk exposure, but through signs and portents that true Death Eaters would recognize. He wanted them prepared for his return, without alerting the Ministry. Some responded to these subtle calls, indicating their readiness. Others, comfortable in their post-war lives, ignored them. Voldemort noted both responses for future reference. The graveyard where his father was buried became the stage for his resurrection. Pettigrew prepared it according to Voldemort's specifications: a cauldron for the ritual, bindings for Harry, space for the Death Eaters to apparate when summoned. Everything had to be perfect. There would be no second chance if this ritual failed. On the night of June 24, 1995, everything came together. Harry Potter, clutching the Triwizard Cup alongside Cedric Diggory, appeared in the graveyard. Voldemort watched from his hideous infant form as Pettigrew killed the spare. Cedric fell to the killing curse, an unexpected complication but a necessary one. No witnesses could be allowed. Harry was bound to Tom Riddle Sr.'s gravestone, forced to watch as Pettigrew performed the ritual. Bone from the grave, flesh from Pettigrew's own hand, blood from Harry's arm, each component added to the cauldron with incantations that predated modern magic. The potion turned white-hot, and Pettigrew lowered Voldemort's fetal form into it. The transformation was agonizing ecstasy. Voldemort felt his body rebuilding itself, bones forming, muscles growing, skin stretching over a frame that was both familiar and alien. When he emerged from the cauldron, he stood tall and skeletally thin, hairless and pale as bone, with slits for nostrils and those distinctive red eyes. It was not the body of Tom Riddle. That handsome form was lost forever. This was the body of Lord Voldemort, shaped by dark magic and fractured soul. "Robe me," he commanded Pettigrew, testing his new voice. It was high and cold, carrying power that made the air itself seem to shiver. The next moments were glorious. Holding a wand again after 13 years, feeling magic flow through him unimpeded, summoning his Death Eaters with the dark mark, it was vindication of everything he had endured. They came, apparating into the graveyard, falling to their knees before him. Not all of them, some were dead, some in Azkaban, some had betrayed him, but enough came to show that Lord Voldemort still commanded fear and loyalty. He made them wait, savoring their terror before addressing them. He spoke of his journey back to power, criticized their lack of faith, rewarded Pettigrew with a new silver hand for his service. But all of this was preamble to the main event, his confrontation with Harry Potter. The duel that followed was both satisfying and frustrating. Satisfying because he could finally face his enemy with full power. Frustrating because the boy survived through luck and an unexpected phenomenon. Their twin wands, sharing cores from the same phoenix, created priori incantatem when their spells met. The golden cage of light that formed, the ghostly echoes of Voldemort's victims that emerged, Harry's escape with Cedric's body, none of it had been foreseen. But as Harry vanished with the portkey, Voldemort felt no despair. He was back. He had a body, his servants were returning, and the wizarding world had no idea what was coming. Let the boy run back to Dumbledore with his tales. Let the Ministry deny his return. Their blindness would be his advantage. Standing in the graveyard, surrounded by his Death Eaters, Lord Voldemort laughed, a high, cold sound that sent shivers through even his most devoted followers. 13 years of exile, of existing as less than a ghost, of patience and planning and pain, had led to this moment. He was reborn, more terrible than before, with knowledge gained from his unique journey beyond death. The boy who lived had escaped again. But that was a temporary setback. Voldemort had conquered death itself, had returned from destruction that should have been final. What was one boy against such power? What was love against immortality earned through murder and soul-splitting? Lord Voldemort had risen again, and this time, he would not make the same mistakes. This time, he would be victorious. The Second Wizarding War was about to begin, and he would ensure it ended with the wizarding world kneeling before him. The thought tasted sweeter than unicorn blood, more satisfying than any dark magic. He was back, and the world would tremble at his return. The summer of 1995 began with the wizarding world divided between those who believed Harry Potter's account of Voldemort's return and those who chose the comfort of denial. The Ministry of Magic, led by Cornelius Fudge, fell firmly into the latter camp. Their refusal to accept the truth gave Voldemort something he hadn't possessed in the First War: time to prepare without opposition. Operating from various secure locations, never staying in one place too long, Voldemort rebuilt his power base with methodical precision. The Death Eaters who had answered his summons in the graveyard became his inner circle once more. Lucius Malfoy provided funding and political connections. Bellatrix Lestrange, freed from Azkaban in a mass breakout Voldemort orchestrated, brought fanatical devotion and sadistic efficiency. Others contributed their own specialities to the growing organization. But Voldemort had learned from his first rise. This time, he would not announce himself with random violence that united his enemies against him. Instead, he moved in shadows, using imperious curses to control key ministry officials, assassinating those who couldn't be turned, always making deaths appear accidental or attributable to other causes. He was a cancer growing within the body of Wizarding Britain, metastasizing before symptoms became apparent. His primary obstacle remained Albus Dumbledore. The old wizard's power hadn't diminished with age, and his influence, though attacked by the Ministry's propaganda, remained significant. More troubling, Dumbledore seemed to understand something about Voldemort's immortality. The way he looked at Harry, the private lessons he began giving the boy. It suggested knowledge Voldemort would prefer remained hidden. The prophecy Voldemort had partially heard years ago became an obsession. He needed to know its full contents to understand what power Harry might possess that could defeat him. The Department of Mysteries held the complete prophecy, but it was protected by magic that would only allow Harry or himself to retrieve it. Since Voldemort couldn't risk entering the Ministry personally while maintaining his hidden status, he needed Harry to get it for him. The connection between them, forged when Voldemort's killing curse had rebounded, provided an unexpected tool. Through careful legilimency, Voldemort discovered he could influence Harry's dreams, send him visions. He began a campaign of psychological warfare, showing Harry tantalizing glimpses of the Department of Mysteries, making him believe Sirius Black was in danger there. The trap worked perfectly. Harry and a group of students broke into the Ministry, retrieved the prophecy, and walked directly into an ambush by Death Eaters. What followed was a battle that exposed Voldemort's return to the entire wizarding world. When Voldemort himself appeared to kill Harry, dueling Dumbledore in the Ministry's atrium, even Fudge could no longer deny the truth. But the prophecy was destroyed in the battle, and Voldemort learned only what he already knew, that Harry had power he knew not. More significantly, his attempt to possess Harry failed spectacularly. The boy's grief over Sirius Black's death, the love he felt, created pain in Voldemort so intense he couldn't maintain the possession. It was a disturbing reminder that for all his power, there were forces he couldn't overcome through strength alone. With his return exposed, Voldemort shifted strategies. The Second Wizarding War moved from shadow conflict to open warfare. Death Eaters attacked publicly, the dark mark appearing over scenes of destruction with increasing frequency. But Voldemort also worked to infiltrate and subvert rather than simply destroy. Why fight the Ministry when he could control it from within? The death of Dumbledore in June 1997 marked the war's turning point. That the old wizard fell to Severus Snape's killing curse shocked both sides. Voldemort had ordered Draco Malfoy to kill Dumbledore's punishment for Lucius's failures, never expecting the boy to succeed. Snape's completion of the task seemed to confirm his loyalty, though Voldemort's suspicious nature kept him from fully trusting anyone. With Dumbledore gone, resistance crumbled rapidly. The Ministry fell within weeks, Minister Rufus Scrimgeour dying under torture rather than reveal Harry's location. Voldemort installed a puppet minister, ruling from the shadows while maintaining the fiction of legitimate government. New policies implemented his vision: registration of Muggleborns, trials for blood traitors, rewards for information about Harry Potter. Hogwarts too fell under his control. With Snape as headmaster and the Carrows as teachers, the school became a training ground for future Death Eaters. Students were taught dark arts instead of defense against them, forced to practice Cruciatus curses on those who earned detention. It was a perversion of everything the school had represented, and Voldemort savoured the corruption of Dumbledore's sanctuary. But Harry Potter remained frustratingly elusive. The boy had vanished after Dumbledore's funeral, gone into hiding with his friends. Voldemort set snatchers to hunt for them, put a taboo curse on his own name to track those brave enough to speak it, offered rewards that would make anyone rich. Yet Harry evaded capture, moving like a ghost through the countryside. What Voldemort didn't know was that Harry hunted him in return. Dumbledore had discovered the secret of the Horcruxes and passed that knowledge to Harry. While Voldemort consolidated power, Harry and his friends sought the scattered pieces of his soul. The locket, the cup, the diadem. One by one, they found and destroyed them. Voldemort felt each destruction as a physical blow. The first time, when Harry destroyed the diary years earlier, he had dismissed it as an isolated incident. But as more Horcruxes fell, he realized the terrible truth. His secret was known, his immortality under attack. Rage consumed him, manifesting in increasingly violent outbursts that terrified even his inner circle. He moved to protect his remaining Horcruxes, checking on each in turn. The locket was gone from its cave. The cup had vanished from Bellatrix's vault. The diadem was missing from Hogwarts. Only Nagini remained, and he kept her close, protected by magical barriers. What he didn't know was that Harry himself carried another piece of his soul, created accidentally on that Halloween night in 1981. The final battle came on May 2, 1998. Harry Potter returned to Hogwarts seeking the last Horcrux, and Voldemort followed, bringing his entire army. What should have been a simple execution became a full-scale battle, as students, teachers, and reinforcements fought against Death Eaters, giants, and dark creatures. Voldemort held back initially, sending others to capture Harry. But as the battle raged and Harry continued to evade capture, his patience evaporated. He entered the fray personally, cutting through defenders like wheat, his power terrible to behold. No one could stand against him in direct combat. When he finally cornered Harry in the Forbidden Forest, Voldemort thought victory was at hand. The boy came willingly, without fighting, ready to die. It should have been Voldemort's greatest triumph. "Harry Potter," he said, savoring the moment. "The boy who lived, come to die." The killing curse struck true. Harry fell and Voldemort fell with him, knocked unconscious by the destruction of the soul fragment Harry carried. When he awakened, he believed he had won. Harry Potter was dead, the last threat to his immortality eliminated. He had Hagrid carry the body back to the castle, displaying his victory to break the defenders' spirits. But Harry lived, protected once again by magic. Voldemort didn't understand. By taking Harry's blood in his resurrection, Voldemort had maintained Lily's protective charm. He had tethered Harry to life while Harry lived. The very ritual meant to defeat his enemy had ensured that enemy's survival. The final confrontation came in the Great Hall, surrounded by the dead and dying of both sides. Harry revealed himself, alive against all possibility, and spoke truth Voldemort couldn't accept. Snape's true loyalty to Dumbledore, motivated by love for Lily. The Elder One's allegiance to Harry through a chain of defeat and disarmament. The destruction of all Horcruxes, leaving Voldemort mortal once more. "You won't be killing anyone else tonight," Harry said, and Voldemort heard prophecy in those words. "You won't be able to kill any of them ever again." They circled each other, predator and prey, though it was no longer clear which was which. Voldemort's red eyes blazed with hatred and denial. This couldn't be happening. He was Lord Voldemort, master of death, splitter of souls. He had risen from destruction once before. He would not fall to a child's fairy tales about love and wand allegiance. Avada Kedavra, Expelliarmus. The spells met in the air, but this time there was no priori incantatem, no cage of light. The Elder Wand recognized its true master and refused to kill him. Voldemort's killing curse rebounded, striking its caster with finality that no Horcrux could prevent. Tom Riddle died as the sun rose over Hogwarts, his body hitting the floor with mundane finality. No smoke escaped, no spirit fled. The fragment of soul that had clung to existence through murder and dark magic was extinguished. Death, so long denied, claimed him at last. His body was moved to a chamber off the Great Hall, away from those who had died defending what they loved. In death, he appeared almost human again, still hairless and pale, but somehow diminished, just another corpse among too many. No one mourned him. Even his most devoted followers seemed relieved rather than grief-stricken. The aftermath revealed the full extent of his legacy. Hundreds dead, families destroyed, a generation traumatized. The wizarding world celebrated Voldemort's defeat, but the scars would last for decades. Children who had learned Cruciatus curses instead of defensive spells, who had been taught that blood purity mattered more than character, would need years to unlearn those lessons. His name, which had inspired such fear that people dared not speak it, gradually lost its power. New generations would learn about Lord Voldemort in history of magic classes, viewing him as another dark wizard who had risen and fallen. The details of his Horcruxes were kept secret to prevent imitation, but his story became a cautionary tale about the prices of pursuing immortality. What remained of his followers scattered. Some were captured and sent to Azkaban. Others claimed imperious or coercion. A few disappeared entirely, fleeing to countries where their crimes weren't known. The ideology he had championed, pure blood supremacy, might making right, the strong dominating the weak, lingered in dark corners, but never again gained the momentum he had given it. In the end, Lord Voldemort's greatest fear came to pass. He died like anyone else, his body still and cold, his consciousness extinguished. All his efforts to transcend mortality had only delayed the inevitable. The boy from the orphanage, who had been so determined to be special, to matter, to live forever, was gone. Tom Riddle, who had refused to be ordinary, had met the most ordinary fate of all. But perhaps there was a deeper tragedy in his end. He died without understanding why he had lost. The power Harry possessed, the magic that had defeated him, remained incomprehensible to him until the very last. Love, sacrifice, the bonds between people, these forces that had shaped the entire conflict were as foreign to him in death as they had been in life. He had split his soul, seeking immortality, and found only destruction. He had rejected human connection, seeking power, and found only isolation. He had feared death so deeply that he had never truly lived. In trying to become more than human, he had become less. A cautionary tale whispered in the dark about the price of ambition, unchecked by wisdom or compassion. Lord Voldemort was dead and the wizarding world breathed free. But in quiet moments, some wondered what Tom Riddle might have become if just one person had shown him love before it was too late. If Dumbledore had done more than observe during those crucial Hogwarts years. If his mother had lived to raise him. If. But history deals in what was, not what might have been. Tom Riddle chose his path step by step, each decision taking him further from redemption. He became Lord Voldemort of his own free will, and he died as the monster he had made himself. There would be no resurrection this time, no return from this final defeat. Death, patient and inexorable, had claimed him at last. The sun rose fully over Hogwarts, painting the battle-scarred castle in golden light. A new day began, free from the shadow of the Dark Lord, and somewhere in the celebrations, in the mingled joy and grief of survival, the wizarding world began to heal from the wounds one orphaned boy's journey into darkness had inflicted upon it. Lord Voldemort's story was over. Tom Riddle's tragedy was complete. All that remained were the lessons learned, the lives lost, and the hope that such darkness would never rise again. And so, dear listener, our journey through the life of Tom Riddle comes to its close. From the orphanage where it all began to the battlefield where it ended, we've traced the path of a boy who became a monster, who sought to conquer death and found only its patient embrace. As you drift towards sleep, let this story settle into your dreams not as a nightmare, but as a reminder that our choices shape us, that the love we reject diminishes us, that in seeking to transcend our humanity, we risk losing it entirely. Tom Riddle's transformation into Lord Voldemort was not inevitable. It was chosen step by careful step, each decision leading further from the light. But even in this darkness, there is hope. For if one orphaned boy's choices could cast such shadows, think of the light that your choices might create. Every act of kindness, every moment of connection, every time we choose love over fear. These are the true magic that Tom Riddle never understood. Rest now knowing that the shadows have no power over those who choose the light. Let your dreams be filled not with dark lords and curses, but with the warm glow of love that conquered them. The story is ended, the monster defeated, and you are safe to sleep. May your slumber be peaceful, your dreams be gentle, and your waking be filled with the kind of magic Tom Riddle never knew. The magic of human connection, of chosen family, of love that transcends death itself. For in the end, it was not powerful spells or dark arts that defeated Lord Voldemort. It was a mother's love, a boy's courage, and the bonds between people who chose to stand together against the darkness. Sleep well, dear listener. The tale is told, the night is deep, and tomorrow brings new stories, new choices, new chances to be more than Tom Riddle ever allowed himself to be. Close your eyes and rest, knowing that love watches over you, more powerful than any dark lord, more lasting than any curse. Good night and sweet dreams.